Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Hello and good morning. Hello, Kendra. How are you? Good morning, everybody. Eva says, oh my, already. Oh, hang on. I got a frog in my throat. Okay. Excuse me. Oh my, oh my. To Eva, why are you saying oh my already? Jeez. What happened already? The day just begun. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. Hello, Miss Mary. Rena. Hello. Oh, no spoilers. What's going on so far? I didn't see anything. You guys, I didn't see anything. You can spoil alert. I didn't see anything. I just got on. You guys, listen. I just got on. I don't know anything. You can tell me if something's going on. I didn't see anything. I mean, I heard some rumblings of some other things, but I didn't see anything. Who's got tea for me this morning? Tell me. I want to know. Did I miss something? So you guys know when I get up this morning, they haven't started. There's nothing. Okay, thank you. You guys, I get up in the morning, I take a shower, I make my breakfast, I take care of the cats, I go for a little walk, and I try not to be on social media or anything. And then when I get here with you, I kind of look at some things. So, you know, I'm not always informed the first thing in the morning. So, all right, hold on. I got to get all my setup and everything together. You guys don't realize how I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 different programs open to do this. Good morning, Cassidy. Hello, 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 my law lovies. How's everybody doing? Everybody over on YouTube? Nothing's happening. It is the seal of approval. It is the Massachusetts Sigillium Republic. I can't read it. I have to go upside down to read it. All right, my law lovies, how is everybody doing today? You guys, I was so excited. I'm not excited that court did not court yesterday, but I got some stuff done. And you guys, I can't tell you anything just yet, but we have so much planned. You guys, my dreams are coming true. Yes. So Cynthia, as soon as everybody comes in, I will give the tea on that. Remember, I try not to do speculation and stuff, but I will kind of go over the rumors. Why is it so late? Hope it's not going to be another off day. Well, Laura, welcome to the world of Massachusetts, where it is the upside down kangaroo, everything. Yeah, so I'm wearing red today. I'm wearing red today for the babies, So yes. All right, everybody on TikTok, we're going to go tappity tap, tap, tap. You know my goal today, depending upon how it goes, I want to get to 200,000 likes today. We were headed in that direction yesterday, but unfortunately, because court got cut off short, I did my best to maintain and try to talk as much as I could, but it's okay. So yes. Oh, they're having technical difficulties because of Zoom. How am I not surprised? All right, so there you go, you guys. That's the reason why they're having problems. All right. If you guys don't know, a couple of things happened yesterday. First of all, at the end of the day, they went over the charging conference. If you were here with me, thank you. If you weren't and you want to know what are they going to charge her with potentially, they're still not there yet. It's M1 and M2. Reddington wants involuntary manslaughter, and I'll tell you what that means in just a moment. And then a couple of other smattering things about intoxication versus non-intoxication. It's not necessarily about alcohol. It's about what medicines that you're taking and that you're prescribed, whether those are currently having an effect on you. And then, as we know, when Lindsay was at South Shore Hospital, she had her blood and urine taken, and the toxicologist said whatever was in her system is what's called therapeutic levels. There wasn't anything that he believes would influence her beyond what those meds are. Now, we can get into semantics about whether or not the medicine did interact with her or didn't. I mean, again, that is up for the experts to come in to tell us. And hopefully, we're going to see. So today, the first person on the stand is supposed to be Dr. Resnick. He is the forensic psychologist who was in Andrea Yates's case. If you don't know Andrea Yates's case, I believe it is I knew I was going to do this. 1 second. One minute. I want to be specific. Okay. She confessed to drowning her children in the bathtub in 2001. She said that she exhibited severe postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and schizophrenia in the years leading up to the unaliving. So in 2006, a Texas jury retried her. She got a retrial. We're not going to go into big details. I'm just giving you a basic glossary overview. That she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. And then now she's committed to a hospital in Texas. So this happened in Houston, Texas in, was it 2001? 2001, Houston, Texas. So the same Dr. Resnick is going to come and testify. What is he going to testify to? Well, you guys, I hope that it's not a rehash. I hope it's not the same as what Dr. Zeisel testified to. I hope it's going to give us more of a broad overview of the psychosis and what that means. And this might interact with this might interact with that. Then there are supposed to be 3 rebuttal witnesses for the prosecution. They're supposed to be all doctors. That is what Kevin Reddington said yesterday. Then what's moving forward is the judge said perhaps not even Monday. So there might not even be any court on Monday. Might not be any court on Monday. They're going to regroup themselves. And then on Tuesday, it could be closing arguments and then jury instructions. And then the jury gets the case. So stay tuned. As soon as I have information, I will let you know. So there has been a lot of rumor and speculation out there in the world about Margaret Spinelli, Dr. Margaret Spinelli. Who is Dr. Margaret Spinelli? And what's going on with her? Now, I try not to do rumors and speculations, etc., but I knew it was going to come up, and you guys hit me with it right this morning. She was supposed to come and testify. I don't know what day it was. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. She's a prominent psychiatrist and expert in postpartum psychiatric disorders. She was supposed to be a key defense witness in Lindsay Clancy trial, but apparently, if you are a witness, especially an expert witness, you are supposed to be sequestered. What does that mean? That means you're not supposed to watch, see, hear anything about the trial. You're supposed to remain neutral. Some experts come into the trial and they hear the other experts because they're rebuttal experts, so you can hear what somebody else says, or you can read somebody else's report. Then when you come on the stand, you can talk about it. It is rumored that she's immersed herself in the case. She's been quite verbal about the support of Lindsay. She's been talking about, they haven't started yet. They've been talking about, she's been talking on other people's pages, making comments. I believe I didn't read everything. I'm just giving you an overall view of what it is. And that she was making comments on other people's pages, Facebook's, whatever. And then yesterday, with the support that was going to be outside the courtroom, she made some comments about that. So It is rumored that she got yeeted. What does that mean? So that means that, unfortunately, when the defense wants to bring her up, they can't. She's a tainted witness, right? Or she, when we talk about confirmation bias, right? And that's not a problem. So here's the thing. It's not a problem that she's a defense witness and that she's for the defense. That's not the problem. The problem is when you go, oh, I see the camera shaking. When you go and you make comments on other people's pages, that's not good. All right, hang on. I just need to finish a quick little statement. So if she was yeeted from the case, there might be something written in the court the court docket about her being yeeted and kind of, it's called like being sanctioned, that she can't testify. Until I get that notification, I'm not going to speculate anymore. I'm going to wait to see if there was a written motion as to why she cannot testify. So just wanted to put that out there for you. All right, Law Lovies, we are ready to go. There are 265 of you in here. If we could go ahead and hit that like button, as well as I learned from Mary yesterday, if you guys put in hashtag FYP, that might also send it out. So if everybody spams the chat with the FYP, that'll be good. And if you're new here, hi, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Today is day 18. I just kind of went over what we're going over here. You can find me if you want to join me live. I'm also live on YouTube. You can join and watch in. I stop and start to talk about things and answer your questions. So sometimes we are behind in the stream, but it's okay because we always catch up, especially at lunchtime. So thank you everybody for joining me. I appreciate everybody. And also my gifts are open. If you guys would like to see me on the contribute to my funds. Miss Melissa said, did I see the picture of Pat's phone as he walked into CVS? Looks like the same person in the store at the same time with him. Nope, don't know what that's about. We can talk about it later. All right, everybody. Oh, it's chilly in Massachusetts. All right, everybody. As we're getting ready to go along, tell me where you guys are coming in and what you guys are eating this morning. And if anybody's coming in the chat asking about questions, if you guys can answer their questions for me, I appreciate it. Here we go, everybody. Court's in session. I got my cool glasses on. We're ready to go. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Get your popcorn ready. Here we go.
Yes, please.
Represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Friday and Assistant District Attorney Jennifer.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So can I see Counsel sidebar, please?
All right. Sidebar for everybody of you in the chat. You know what that means. You hit that like button. Everybody hit that like button. Likety, like. See, we already hit sidebar. We're going to catch up already. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I appreciate your attention to this matter. It is a very, very serious matter. Why? Because we're talking about women's health. We're talking about whether or not Lindsay Clancy may or may have not gotten. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. My TikTok is going off. Woo! All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. It's very important that we talk about these issues, that we talk about whether or not necessarily Lindsay Clancy, but we talk about you. We talk about your experiences. What have you gone through? What has this? Oh, here I'm talking again. Hold on. We're doing a lot this morning, talking and chewing gum at the same time. Didn't know I was capable of not doing that. So these issues are very important. Why? Because a lot of you have expressed to me, and I appreciate all of your thoughts and experiences about what this medication has done for you or your loved ones or somebody else. Some of you have said that this medication that you were on helped save you, right? And some of you said, nope, it didn't. It put me into the same state as her. So It is very, very important for us to share out this story, talk about your story, because, and I've said this 1,000 times, and I'll say it every day, you could be helping someone else. We don't know if there's somebody on here that is having these thoughts, having these feelings, having anxiety, depression, getting ready to have their baby, had their baby, have these thoughts. And it's okay. It's okay. You're not alone. And that anybody here on my chat can help you out, or we encourage you to go seek help, right? We encourage you to go find somebody that you love and that you trust, that you feel that will take what you have to say very seriously, and you go find a provider or somebody that you need in order to get you the help that you deserve. Ms. Rivera says, I'm a message away if someone is having those thoughts. You're not alone. Absolutely. You can reach out to, I've got a couple of my mods on here, Miss Mary, Miss Rivera. Des says she denied the help. Yeah, well, we're talking about whether or not we can help somebody else. I know that there are a couple of people on here that I have a couple of people on here who are pregnant, who have had some babies, who have had some situations in their lives, and we are here to help you. Finding help with extreme social anxiety is hard. I can't get myself to talk to anybody. Aberrant. You see, you guys, this is exactly what's going on. Aberrant. We are not, unfortunately, I am not a licensed person, but this is what we're here for. Aberrant. I have a social worker for you. Remember the TikTok social worker that came on? She does her stuff virtually. Maybe you might reach out to her. But if not, you guys we're here for you. You can put things in the chat. But we are I want to preface this. I'm not a licensed therapist. All I can do is give you my thoughts and opinions from my opinion and say, in my opinion, and who knows? Maybe you just need like a pat on the back, right? Or you just need acknowledgement. You just need acknowledgement that you exist and that we're here for you and that I'm glad that you're here. And I see you. I see you. I see you. All right, everybody. It's juicy information. I got to look it up. All right. Well, we'll see about that. I try not to do, you guys, I try not to do too many speculative things outside the courtroom. You know me. Once the case is over, then we can do all the speculative things we want to, right? I'm trying to be a serious journalist here. You guys keep putting me down your rabbit holes. It's okay. It's very real. It happened to your daughter. Chris, see, this is the experiences that we need. We need to talk about this. And you guys, the more we talk about this, the more change happens. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much, everybody who sent me a gift. Aberrant, thank you. Aaron, Amy. I'm trying to put some lotion on my hands. Aaron. Oh, there's Bob Mata. He's talking to, Bob Mata's the one that's pointing. Amy and Mary and Betsy and Meg and, another Amy. All the Amy's today. Amy 1, 2, 3. Amy Bond and the other Amy. And Miss Rivera, thank you, Darlene. And Miss DeEva, where are you? There, Miss DeEva, you sent me a message, and I'm going to grant that to you in just a second here. I just need to get my stuff together. Miss DeEva, send me a message in the chat so I can pull you up. Say hello. All right, everybody. So as you know, today is going to, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Miss Erin, thank you so much. Miss DeEva, where are you, love? I need you to come forward. Write me a message in the chat. I need you to come up so I can grant your. That's so cool. All right, girlfriend. All right. I hope you know what it is that I'm doing for you. Everybody, welcome to Eva's now a new moderator for me. Woohoo! Thank you so much, love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, my moderators, as you know, anybody who's spamming the chat, anybody who's giving me a hard time, anybody who is has naughty things, right? Yeet, yeet, yeet. You guys know what you're doing. I think you guys would be good. Nicole, thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you so much. Amy Vaughn again. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Ooh. Thank you guys. I appreciate you so much. You guys, I have so much in store for you guys. You guys just wait. We're going to build up this community. We're going to build it up so big. I have so many ideas. I just needed to get some legal things taken care of, as you know. I'm a legal person. I want to make sure that I'm protected. I want to make sure that you're protected. And you guys know there's a whole bunch of like ramblings and things like that. So if in case I do or say something and I get sued, I try not to do anything that's defamation wise, but you never know. So I just need to make sure that I'm covered and that you're covered as well. So because you just never know who's going to say or do what. Melissa says, I'm here watching on the TV. And you wasted your TikTok coins on the jellyfish that I didn't see. That's okay. That's okay. You're here. A like, you guys, a like and a share goes a long way. So I appreciate everything. Just for a reminder, Christy says, whoever needs to hear it today, you are loved, you are valued, and you are worthy. Those are great thoughts. Those are great thoughts. To the girl that mentioned not being able to talk to someone, please tell her that your thoughts matter. Aberrant, we're talking to you, and that we are here for her, and now isn't forever. You guys, those are the greatest, 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 kindest thoughts ever. Aberrant, you're going to be on our minds all day today, love. So just, you are loved. You are amazing. You are strong. And we're here for you, girl. We're here for you, girl. All right. As you guys know, Dr. Resnick is going to be testifying today, this morning via Zoom, which again, we talked about how Zoom may not be as impactful as being in person. And why these experts are being done by Zoom is beyond me, but it's not my court. Hello, Flower Girl. Did you guys know that Flower Girl is from Venezuela? And I've got a couple of people on here from Canada. All right, we got to hear ye.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, the fifth floor of the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Harrington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Sharon Hopkins.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. Should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Judge.
All right, if you're just joining me, we are also live on YouTube. If you want to join us and you want to watch along with us, it is the same channel name, Legalese123. If you go over there, please like and share and subscribe to that channel too, so you never know when I'm going to be live. I cannot bring it to you live on TikTok because it will yeet me. Oh my goodness, we're already having technical difficulties.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
Amanda said this guy's like 90 years old, not a tech savvy, and he can't even raise his hand. Well, I assume there's probably some sort of a lag. Yes, he's on the television. Oh boy. This is why Zoom people should not be testifying.
Okay, I think I've got it.
There we go.
But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him again?
Yes, please.
Please
It's
raise your
Mr.
right hand
Bean.
one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the
Well, there
jury in
you
the matter
go.
now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the whole, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
I am able to hear you now.
All right, give it a try.
Hi, counsel.
Good morning, doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in psychology from Western Reserve University.
No, it's really low and it's.
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
Can I see counsel here at the side, please?
Oh boy. The judge is not happy with this. And you guys, Judge Sullivan needs to, when I tell you this is, so you guys, this is kangaroo court. This is what I mean. It's kangaroo court. This is not your standard court. You come, you testify, you're on the stand. Now, I don't know. All right, we're sidebar. You guys know what that means. Hit that like button. All right, let's see if we can get to 18K before they figure out what the technical difficulties are. Let's go. He might be yeeted. He might be yeeted, which would then what? Put the defense in a hindering position? I mean, what? I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know where we go from here. Maybe they'll take another break and they'll figure it out. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just try to trudge through it and it'll be extremely painful. Because this is a witness. He's pertinent to her case, right? They cannot rest on this. This would be an injustice to Lindsay Clancy, believe it or not. All right, let's go and talk to you guys about this. We can know what Lindsay's heart rate was at 5:23, but we can't get a proper video call. Can they let them call in, or they have to be able to see them? They have to be able to see them. You have to be able to see your witnesses. What happened? I had to take a call. Nothing.
In the old days when you're watching,
Oh, here we
TV,
go.
a little sign used to come up and say technical difficulties.
Get Patrick to
That's
fix
what
the
we-
Wi-Fi. He's
so-
not there.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. and
I knew
have
it.
People who know more about this than I do to kind of readdress this, all right? To see if we can have a smoother presentation so you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy. All right, so I'm going to ask you, well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal, is to get this in a manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information. So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
Okay, I'm just going to turn the volume down. So he cannot be on the phone. So Lindsay has a right to confront her witnesses. And so her witnesses need to be in front. Plus also the jury needs to see them so they can base their opinion on what he's saying, his thoughts, their opinions, etc., so that they can see whether or not they believe him, right? Is he telling the truth? Is he not? You know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is what we're faced with. All right, you guys have some questions over here. Is he mad? This is bogus. Seems that this should have been portioned out before court. Yep, they've got some tech guys in there. Kevin should hire a tech expert. He's in there. His tech expert's in there. It should have been ironed out. It should have, yes. See, look, he's pointing to his tech guy. Come on, get over there. Go do your job. What am I paying you for? So it could be a combination of two things, right? It could be the court. You guys know that these courts systems they themselves are not technically advanced. If you have ever been on a Zoom call in these court systems, they're terrible. If you need to, I can show you some of the Zoom court ones. Massachusetts is notoriously bad. Well, Florida is bad too. It's like a web camera and you can't hear anybody. It's bad. Maybe they should change up, and maybe it shouldn't be Zoom. Maybe they need to do a different thing, like call from your phone, right? Let's do an iPhone call. But he has to go through whatever the proper channels are from this court. If the court uses Zoom, they have to use that. So because that's their technology that they have. So you guys are saying, what did you guys say? I feel like the Zoom should not be allowed in court due to these situations. Could be. Why wouldn't they invest in more than that? Your guess is as good as mine. They certainly spend a lot of money on trials, right? Dr. Resnick is the goat on matricide. Worked with him in the 80s. He is the best. Well, Rachel's got some inside scoop. Rachel, put a pin in that. We're going to come back to you and see how you do. Host, you should do video Zooms in court, like lots of crazy snippets. Well, that they would not allow that. Do we have IT support on both ends of the call? Well, that beauty, that insider, that would be a good idea. You use Teams there. Yeah, why don't they use Teams? This is like the court version of The Best Show or Waiting for Guffman. It should be standardized court 1 states. After a serious evaluation, you're certain Lindsay did not commit the crime. All right, Kazan, whatever your name is. We do not use big, bold letters. Only our mods can use the big, bold letters. I got your message, so I appreciate that. But mods, watch that person, because if they continue that, then bye-bye. I think that they should have him on Zoom and use the telephone to talk. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Gigi. That's a good idea. Shall we go to the call? Should we call up the court clerk and tell her who's gonna help the grandpa side? Oh, thank you, Liz. You oh, Miss Rivera, you guys are on it. Thank you, Amanda. Everybody's already on it. You know I'm behind when I get to your chats, because the chat jumps and then I go up to go down. It might not be the court's fault. The witness may be using dial-up. You guys are on fire for this Friday. I learned more in the past 10 minutes than in the past 2 days. You guys, I needed this. So that is so funny. If they can't get it work, do they rest until they can fly him out there? Well, they may have to. Get him on the TikTok live screen. You guys, get him on the look, you get on TikTok, it'll be just fine. They had all day yesterday. What the heck? The chat at East Idaho News, someone said their grandma said, Jesus, just use FaceTime. Right, that's what I said. Yes, please. Okay. This is so sad. This is kind of what you meant when calling him. I have to do that at work. Phone and computer dial up. You guys. Oh my goodness. The elderly really should be allowed to be present on Zoom. Let's be so for real for them. Thoughts lag about 7 seconds. Exactly. You guys, he does have an expert. His expert's in the courtroom. You guys, he said that yesterday, that his expert's going to be there to help them with the Zoom. They should. So you guys, here's the thing too, is that the court doesn't always have their tech expert there either. So, because why? Because they don't have people come in and testify via Zoom or whatever program they're going to use. They usually have people who testify in person. So they don't need a tech expert. All right, everybody, we made it to 20K. Let's see if we can make it to 25 before they get back from their Zoom conference. So everybody, let's tap. I don't know. I'm trying, you guys. It's Friday. It's Friday. You need to know the internet provider. Cue the conspiracy about Patrick doing this from New York City. Have they tried turning it off and turning it off again? Have you restarted your computer? Diva says she's got AOL mail. You know, you can do a Zoom on your, oh, you guys went up so far. So on your phones, you did one yesterday for your appointment, telehealth and telecourt. You had an estate trust issue in California and you attended via video stream. Well, how did that go? Was it better than this? Patrick, who is missing, they need a teenage boy to figure out the tech, right? Get his grandchildren to help. Right. They'll just have to text each other. You got this. You're the backup IT. Your job will go to Plymouth. They need you. Hire a law levy. We've got a couple of competent people who are willing and able to go out there. Morse code through the old telegraph. It went extremely smoothly. Good. He's missing because he's overseas infiltrating the court. He said he was in Ohio. You think that this court had strong Wi-Fi for these kinds of cases? Well, it could be Wi-Fi on his end, right? Your 10-year-old can figure out that problem. It'll take me about 45 minutes. On your way. You guys, that reminds me of like the Mrs. Doubtfire, who goes, "I'm on my way," right? I know. If you can't laugh, then if you can't laugh at this situation, Cassidy wins. We're gonna get a carrier pigeon. Oh, he didn't pay for the premium subscription. You guys are really funny. You guys are super funny this morning. You know someone's going to come on here and they're going to say, I didn't come on here to hear you laugh. Someone's going to call me out for that. And I'm going to tell them, I can't help it, but my chat is extremely, extremely hilarious this morning. They are very witty this morning. The sass be with them, and I'm here for it. Fly everyone to Ohio. Help is on the way, dear. That's right, Chelsea. Help is on the way. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys, I'm going to pivot. I got something for you. Let's see if I can bring this up. It's not good. I got to tell you, it's not good. All right, hold on just a second. All right, this is 9 pages. Let me see how I can do this. I want to share this with you. It is a prior motion in the Lindsay Clancy case. It came up and I thought maybe we would share while we're waiting. 1 second. I got to get my stuff together. I wasn't planning on doing this, but since we're here, we might as well, right? All right. Don't worry. I'm watching and I know everybody's going to tell us when we're back. So don't worry. You're not missing anything. Okay. All right. I'm sharing it here. Hold on. I'll make it bigger. And then I need to share it on here. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this. 1 moment, please. We're going to pivot into something else. Side quest. Side quest. Everybody, side quest. Is that it? No, that's not it. Is this it? Oh, here it is. All right, hold on, everybody. Side quest. Now, if you guys want to really, really see this, you guys are probably going to have to go over to my YouTube page. I'm trying not to. Oh, hold on. I got so many things going on. Don't look at the man behind the screen. You guys can see all my, what am I doing behind the screen? All right, I'm trying to bring this up to make this better for everybody so they could see, but I don't know how I'm going to do this. All right, hold on, TikTok lovies. I got to do some adjustments here. I got to make it bigger to make it smaller so that you can see it. Nope, not like that. Nope. Hold on. All right. Oh, hold on. I lost it again. 1 second. Let's see if this is going to work. All right. It can't cover me because TikTok will not like that. So I'm going to kind of smush it here. All right. If you want to, I'm going to read this to you, but if you want to see it, you can go live on YouTube and y'all can watch it together with me. I'm going to try to make this a little bit. All right, let me see what this looks like over on YouTube. All right, that's the best I can do. So you guys can read along. This is the best I can do. I don't know why it's like this. Maybe if I make the page, let's see if I could do that. Does that make it better? Oh. Hold on, everybody. Technical difficulties here. I'm trying to share this with everybody so you all can see what the heck is Missy doing this morning. All right. That's the best I can do. I'm going to roll with it. I'll do my best. All right. This came up and it said statements of fact for a bail argument. This was October 26, 2023. So this is just months after Lindsay Clancy did her deed. All right. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, Lindsay Clancy interacted with many people, both in person and over the phone, calls and texts without any problems or cause for concern. This is from the Commonwealth. She was able to take her 5-year-old daughter, Cora, to the pediatrician that morning, play with Cora and her three-year-old son, Dawson, in the snow in their backyard, and care for Callan, her 8-month-old. She spoke to the manager of a local CVS over the phone regarding the children's medication, selected a place to order dinner online, checked in Apple Maps to see how long it would take her husband to get to the restaurant and back, and placed her then dinner order with the restaurant over the phone. The defendant then sent her husband to CVS for the medication and to the restaurant and pick up their dinner. Patrick left the home at 5:15 p.m. that evening. He said goodbye to his wife and kissed the children. He returned home at 6:09 p.m. He was gone for approximately 54 minutes. The defendant's phone shows that while he was at CVS, there was a call from Patrick to the defendant at 5:33 p.m. that was not answered. The defendant then called Patrick at 5:34. This call lasted 14 seconds. During the call, he confirmed with her which medication to get. The call was normal. He said that she seemed like she was in the middle of something. He was seen on surveillance footage during the time exiting the aisle and appeared to be using his phone. He was then seen heading to the register. Hang on, I got to make it just a smidge bigger. Now off the phone at 5:36. He completed the purchase and left the store at 5:37. Patrick Clancy was not seen on surveillance footage at the 3V restaurant. He arrived at 5:54 p.m., paid for the food at 5:55, and then left the store and headed home. If you see what I'm trying to say here, I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down. Immediately after the phone call, Patrick Clancy and the defendant fitness app on her watch showed that she traveled 3 floors via the stairs. The defendant's home has 3 floors, the finished basement level, the first floor, and the second floor. When Patrick arrived home, the first thing he noticed was the silence. He did not see or hear the defendant or the children. He called the defendant again at 6:09 p.m. I was just checking to see if we had any movement. Oh my goodness, you guys can't see this. I don't know why this keeps moving this on TikTok. I'm sorry. All right. Oh, then now it made it really, really big. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, TikTok. I don't know why it's being like this. I'm doing the best that I can. I don't even know if you could read it. All right, hang on. Let me just get through this. Immediately after the phone call between Patrick and the defendant's fitness app showed her going up the stairs. When Patrick arrived home, the first thing he noticed was the silence. He did not see or hear the defendant or the children. He called the defendant again at 6:09 while looking for her, and the call was not answered. He went into their bedroom on the second floor, found that the door was locked. This was October of 2023, people. Just want to put that out there. He immediately saw that there was blood on the floor in the front of the full-length mirror and noticed that the window was open. On the nightstand next to the window open, he saw there was a knife that was BLOODY next to a wine tumbler that read "Because Kids." There were prescription pill bottles in the nightstand drawer. He ran outside to the backyard and found the defendant on the ground. She appeared to have cuts on her wrists and neck, but those wounds were no longer bleeding. She was conscious. He called 911. During the 911 call, Patrick can be heard asking the defendant, "Where are the kids?" He later told police that she replied, "In the basement." When EMS arrived, Patrick asked them to stay with the defendant because he had to go find the kids. The 911 call was still ongoing. Patrick can be heard on the 911 call entering his home and heading to the basement. At one point, he called out, "Guys!" He can then be heard screaming in shock and agony as he found his children. His screams seem to get louder and more agonizing as time passes. Cora and Callan were on the floor in the den area of the finished basement, while Dawson was alone on the floor in his father's home office. Each child still had the exercise bands that was used to them with their around their necks with their father when their father found them. Dawson and Callan were face down. Oh! So Dawson was face down. See? You guys, we learned something. Dawson was face down. Here it is. This is written from the Commonwealth. This is their thing. Okay. All right. Cora was on her side with her torso turned towards the floor. He removed the bands and begged them to breathe. He then continued to scream uncontrollably. Okay, can't say the word. He screamed for officers to come to the basement. The dispatchers sent EMS and police to the basement. When they encountered Patrick, he yelled, "She unalived the kids." We know he didn't say that. We know he said she effing did that, right? She effing did that. The police rushed the children to the ambulances that transported them to the hospital. Cora and Dawson were declared deceased in the hospital, while Callan was flighted to Boston Children's Hospital. The defendant was transported to South Shore Hospital and then was transported to Brigham Women's. She sustained several broken bones in her back and rib cage and her spinal cord transection. The defendant had minor scratches on her wrists and neck. Her wrists were not that badly injured. I'm trying to use friendly language. The police were able to find several notebooks in the defense's home pursuant to the search warrant the defendant used as journals, as well as notes in her phone that were similar to journal entries. In the months and weeks and days preceding January 24th, the defendant meticulously detailed her activities, her children's lives, her mental state, and her medication use. Her writing was clear, precise, and articulate. She never indicated that she was hallucinating, delusional, or had any discorded, that's the word, thoughts or speech. In all her writings, she appears to know who she is, what she is, where she is, the date, and with whom she interacted. She wrote in a note on her phone the day before the unaliving of her children that stated that she had a touch of postpartum anxiety around returning to work. She wrote that her psychiatrist prescribed medication to help her. The defendant was initially diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. She was then evaluated at the Women and Infants Center in Women's Behavioral Health in Providence. She was also told by a psychiatrist that she did not have postpartum depression as she had no symptoms of postpartum depression. Okay, well, that's poorly written. She wrote in her journal that at times she had ideations in December of 2022 and told her husband that she had thoughts of harming herself and the kids, but did not write or voice those thoughts after the stay at McLean Hospital. She called her psychiatrist when she had those thoughts and admitted herself to McLean. All right. The hospital did not file any paperwork attempting to have her committed as to a danger to herself and others. So she kept a meticulous and detailed daily medication diary in which she wrote which medications and dosage for each medication she took daily. She detailed that she had difficulties with each of the medications that were prescribed to her. When she had issues with the medication, her doctor had her stop and wean her off. Okay, this is page 4 out of 9. I'm just going to kind of zoom. I don't want to read this all to you. If you guys want to see this, I will post it on my Facebook page. The defendant had therapeutic levels of Ativan and Valium in her system. She had a low level of trazodone in her system that indicated she had taken the dose the previous night. The defendant who had a therapist, goes to what did she have in her system the day that this happened. This is very important as it will come into their intoxication charge that the prosecution doesn't want to have, but the defense does. Due to the peak levels that were in her system when the blood was drawn. Oh, are we back? Oh, I thought I heard something. I'll quickly go through this and we'll go through questions and talk. All right. On the night of the unalivings, Patrick was interviewed by the police at the Plymouth Hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days. And she was smiling and happy, and that there was no indication that she was going to harm the kids. No one described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the M's or on the day of the M's. And mind you, this is the Commonwealth writing this motion about bail for her. And this was in October of 2023. The defendant wrote a note on her phone on October 25th, 2022. She said, "I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby." We read this. This came into evidence. For 4 days prior to the unaliving, the defendant did an internet search on her phone. Can you treat a sociopath? The children were unalived by, okay, so they talked about that. So let's see. This is what they say. Okay. Okay. The escalation, as you guys know, causes the victim to become unconscious anywhere from 10 seconds up to a minute. We know that Dr. La Posada said that it could even take even quicker. This indicates that Dawson either struggled or fought for his life more than Cora and Callan, that the defendant est him with more force than the other children, or both. After the victim is unconscious, the L must be held in place with force, squeezing the neck for up to an additional 4 or 5 minutes. Therefore, she had to S each one of them to unconsciousness and make sure that the bands were squeezing for several minutes. She could have changed her mind and helped them at any time, but she didn't. Instead, she finished S the children, returned her husband's phone call, and then went up to her bedroom on the second floor at the home. There she used the to inflict herself, and then on and on and on. The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband left the house that night. She created the situation. She used Apple Maps to make sure that she would have enough time to S each child and before her husband returned. All right. While being treated at Brigham and Women's Hospital on February 6th, she told the staff that she had fears that her inability to walk would make her vulnerable to others and that she worried about not being able to walk again. We heard that testimony yesterday with the chaplain, right? So this is the defendant is a danger to herself and others. She planned these M's. She gave her time and privacy needed to commit the M's, and that she did the D to each child in the place that they should have felt the safest, their home. She did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. So again, that was on the 26th of October in 2023. If you want to read that, I'll post it to my Facebook page right now. So what does that mean? Well, as you guys know, there are a lot of, these are called pretrial motions, and it's the defense and the prosecution going back and forth to each other, talking about what they want. And they go and they write these motions, and it kind of gives, sorry, you guys, technology is not working for me either today. It's not working for me either today. Okay, I'm going to call it a pre-trial motion from the Commonwealth on 10/23 for Lindsay Clancy. So if anyone wants to go see it, they can go read it for themselves. It's 9 pages. It's kind of interesting. I read you details we didn't have before. So sometimes the motions will give you the T, right? They'll give you the T. They'll tell you what's happening before it's happening. And you get all of the information, and then you see what's going to come into evidence into a trial. So, as I told you, I'm not just a one-trick pony. I'm not just here to go over a trial with you. I give you the tea behind the scenes. So, I have to drink. If you're just joining me, hello. The court is having technical difficulties this morning. So they wanted to have this gentleman, Dr. Resnick, on the stand. They did have him on the stand. They tried diligently to talk to him. He is obviously an older gentleman, and maybe he's having technical difficulties on his end. It could be the court's having technical difficulties. So they started, then they stopped. Now they're trying to figure things out because Mr. Resnick is in Ohio. They're trying to wrap this case up. He is the last defendant for the defense today, and then the prosecution has 3 rebuttal witnesses. Well, can the prosecution have a rebuttal witness if they're rebutting the testimony of Dr. Resnick when Dr. Resnick doesn't testify? Do you see we have a problem here? Houston, we have a problem. Ding, 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 ding. And speaking of Houston, if you didn't hear me earlier, Dr. Resnick was a forensic psychologist who testified in the Andrea Yates case. Andrea Yates case, as you may know, that was in 2001. She unalived her 5 children by putting them in the bathtub with a lot of water, if you catch my drift. And she was tried once, and I think she was found guilty, right? And then they overturned. Okay, she was sentenced to life to prison without the possibility of parole for 40 years. The jury refused the death penalty, and her verdict was overturned on appeal in light of a false testimony by a prosecution witness, forensic psychiatrist Patrick Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z. And I think I remember this. So since we have nothing else going on, we're going to go down the rabbit hole. Side quest, everybody. Who is Patrick Dietz? He is a forensic psychiatrist who consulted and testified in the high-profile U.S. criminal case. Thank you for the heart. Including, he also did the spousal one for Betty Broderick. If you guys know who Betty Broderick is, she actually passed away this year. He also did Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Kaczynski, and Andrea Yates, and a couple of other people. But, he also did John Hinckley Jr., who was the one who did atrocities against Ronald Reagan. He had some problems in Andrea Yates's case. I want to see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get to Andrea Yates's case. Oh, here we go. Dietz, or I think I'm pronouncing it right, D-I-E-T-Z, Dietz attracted considerable controversy following his testimony in the 2002 trial of Andrea Yates. He was the lone mental health expert and testified. This is the Law and Order thing. Okay, you guys. Listen to this. I remember this. This guy also was a consultant on Law and Order. Okay. All right. In Andrea Yates' case, he was the lone mental health expert and testified that shortly before Yates committed the crime, the television crime drama franchise Law and Order aired an episode about a woman who did the same thing she did by putting her children in the tub with a lot of water and was found innocent by reason of insanity. However, no such Law and Order episode ever existed. So when you guys say, how can cases be appealed, or how can there be a mistrial? When somebody goes onto the stand and testifies to something that didn't happen, and it happens. So this is, all right, you guys. So this puts us down a rabbit hole. So if you're having a problem and you're Dr. Condi, Dr. Zeisel, and you're like, but they're a medical professional, they won't do these things. Well, here we go. This guy is a medical professional, and this is what he did. So when the error became known, Yates's unaliving conviction was overturned by an appeals court on January 6, 2005. So remember, this happened in 2001. She's in jail. 2005, it's overturned. The negative publicity following the Yates trial led Dietz to be dropped as an expert from another high-profile attorney, because once you lie as a professional, that's it. Your career is over. Your career is over. But I do think that he also was a consultant on the Law and Order program. All right, so she got a new trial. On July 26, 2006, Texas jury retried her and found that she was not guilty by reason of insanity. And guess who testified? Our lovely witness here. Mr. Resnick, testified on her behalf. She, as we stated, is in a mental facility in a Texas State Hospital in Vernon. Oh, and guess what? She's also, she was a roommate of another person named Dina Schlosser, Schlosser, and she was another person who unalived her children. We'll side quest for her too. Hold on just a second. So in 2007, Yates was removed from moved to Kerrville State Hospital, which is a low security state mental hospital. So when everybody, if we think that Lindsay is going to go to a mental facility, this happened in 2001. We're in 2026. She still hasn't been released. So for all of you that think that Lindsay Clancy is going to be out in 4 months, you are incorrect. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All right, hang on. We're going to do a side quest and find out who Dina is. And then I'll go and see what your questions. What are you guys chatting about? All right, Dina. Is it Schossler, Schossler, Schlossser. She lived in Plano, Texas, and on November 22nd, 2004, used a to remove the arms of her 10-month-old daughter, and then proceeded to remove other parts of her. Okay. Plano police officers responded to the 911 call made by concerned workers at a local daycare center who had spoken to her earlier that day. The operator testified that she had confessed to her and that the gospel song "He Touched Me" played in the background. When police arrived, they saw her calmly sitting down, covered in red stuff, holding the and singing hymns. At the age of 8, Dina was diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Okay, thank you. My brain was thinking one thing, my mind was saying something else, my tongue said something else. She had 8 surgeries to implant shunts in her brain, heart, and abdomen before she was 13 years old. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and psychotic features. She'd been investigated earlier that year by the Texas Child Protective Services in regards to her 2 children. After she was hospitalized for an episode, CPS ordered that she could not be alone with her children. Her and sister-in-law came to live with them until CPS lifted the order. Oh boy. All right, well, that didn't go well for her. All right, I can't read anymore because, oh boy, that was just Josie Grossi. All right, what are you guys talking about? All right. It's chilly in Massachusetts. I'm so sorry. Melissa, let's talk about your picture on Pat's phone. Can you send it to me on Tickety Talk? Send it to me on Tickety Talk and I'll look at it. Why not? Let's go down the rabbit hole. There's lots of fake AI pictures out there. Be careful. Yep. Oh, it's just information. I got to look it up. I don't know if there are any supporters outside of the courthouse. Anybody know if there's any supporters outside the courthouse? Why Zoom is so bad? Oh, I went up to go down. These side quests are like magic school bus for law. I know. You guys, I could be here all day. I could tell you about law cases all day. It is going to blow your mind. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm a lawyer now. Probably 6 out of 10 years if you found by not guilty by insanity. Yuck, these women. Wow. Yeah, I know. So it's not once you go down the rabbit hole, then you're like, you've discovered things that you didn't know existed. And sometimes you can't get these things out of your mind. Is there court? Yes, there's court. They're having technical difficulties this morning. They're trying to summons what Resnick is trying to say to them. And it's not going so well. It's not going so well. Maybe, they should have like a seance or something. What do you say, Mr. Resnick? Right. We truly do not know what a person is doing and feeling 100% of the time. You're absolutely right. They're everywhere. Probably why Patrick doesn't want to be in court. I don't blame him. Do we have any idea why it's called early most of these days this week? Alabama Slamma. Well, we're still waiting. They haven't dismissed court yet, so we don't know what's going on. They're just having technical difficulties, and I don't know what they're going to do. It's terrible. Ballpark Mama, thanks for following me. Conspiracy theorists are allowed their opinions, y'all. That's why there's holes in this case. Well, Megan, thank you. People freaked out about Patrick's move on. Doesn't mean he is or will ever be truly happy. You want to say thank you. Your page has provided you with facts, which has helped you understand. I appreciate that, Lauren. All right, so if you guys are just joining me, hi, my name is Misty K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 18. They're having some difficulties this morning. I'm trying to fill the space. We read earlier a motion that the Commonwealth did just months after the unaliving. It was October 2023. Go read it. It's on my Facebook page. Now, just because what the prosecution or the defense puts in motion, the prosecution, if they put something in the motion, they're presenting facts that they believe are true and real. So sometimes there's like a little banter of conspiracy things in there. But I can tell you that this one is not, because most of the stuff that they stated in this motion was brought out in court. So that was evidence that they talked about earlier that was brought out into court. And one of the things which was dispelled is that, and I know this is sad, but there's two things at the same time. One, Dawson was face down. Callan was face down, and it sounds like Cora was found on her side. Like her torso, maybe her torso was twisted. But the prosecution did allude that the injuries to Dawson seemed more severe than the other two children. Just wanted to put that out there. If you want to go read it for yourself, I posted it on my Facebook page this morning, so go give it a read. And there's a lot of other information in there about, what's going on. The court has been a show from the jump. Yes, Amy. Yes. Welcome to Kangaroo Court. That is why I have the kangaroos. Betsy says, I don't know, SGG. I need this today. I cannot wait all weekend without court today. Well, you guys, here's the thing. If we don't have court today, I was going to hold off on Saturday and do a stream of what's to come next after Lindsay Clancy is over. So I will pivot and we can do that. So you can you wouldn't have actual court today, but you can have the legalese court case catch up. So hold on, everybody. We're not going anywhere. I'll still put on a show for you. All right. You guys are talking back to each other as yes, please like, share, and follow. Not wrong on a longer day today. Didn't say it was a day that you would actually see anything besides the court logo. That's right. It is the seal of Massachusetts. If you know, you know. If you believe Patrick is guilty, I fear this is not the chat to be in because the mods are rude. Maddie, no, my mods aren't rude. My mods are fabulous. I love you guys to death. They are just making sure that we're dealing with facts, right? Facts, not fiction. So that's what we're about. And I'm sorry, if that's not you, then maybe you need to go find a chat group that thinks that Patrick did it. And I'm going to tell you guys this again. I say it all the time. If you're here and you think that Patrick did it and you have evidence, first of all, show me. I want to see the evidence. What evidence do you have? And if you have some really, really good evidence, then go call the police. Go call Duxbury Police and go call the FBI or the Sheriff's Office of go call Massachusetts State Police officers or call Kevin Reddington. Let him know you have proof and evidence that Patrick had some culpability in this and that he was the one that did it and Lindsay didn't. And then, hey, You never know where that's going to go. And also, if there is evidence that Patrick did it and the police reopen the investigation and there's evidence to it, guess what? I'll bring that to you. So be nice to my mods. They're in here doing great work. They should put the Zoom on mute, let the video skip and freeze and call for audio. I know, I said that again. You guys, I don't know why this person keeps coming back into my chat. I don't know how to get rid of them forever. So I don't know. We are a conspiracy-free zone here. We do speculate a little bit though. I do admit that. The prosecution said that the bands weren't tied, and Patrick said that they were tied. Absolutely, Meg. We debunked that immediately. So after that stream was over, if you were here, we picked up Patrick's testimony, and we went right to that point where Patrick said I think that they were tied. And then the prosecutor said, so they tied. You guys want me to show you again? I put it away. Oh, sorry. I put it away. Okay. I have a little cord here. I know I'm in red. It's all red. I don't know if you can see it or not. All right. So the prosecutor said, oh, I hear them going. I hear some clinking.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the
Here we
trial
go, everybody.
versus
Hit that
Lindsay
like
Clancy.
button.
All
Let's
parties
go.
present excluding the jury.
No jury.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. I
Fingers
know I had it
crossed.
turned down.
All right.
Okay, quickly. She said the prosecutor said to Patrick, was it tied when you go and you first go to tie your shoes like this? And he said yes. And so it wasn't just loosely on there. It was tied like this, and then of course it was wrapped around. Thank you so much for the thing. Thank you, Carlos. All right, everybody, tap. Where are we? We're at 20,000. Let's get to 30,000 before they're back. Yes, they're back. Yes, you guys hear them? I have it on there. Okay, yeah. If you are new here and you want to join me, I'm also live on YouTube. If you want to hop over there, you can watch it with me. TikTok won't allow me to show you the video of the court because it's copyrighted information. So some people go on to YouTube and watch me, and they sit on TikTok and send me messages. But you can also send me messages over there as well. Yep, we're back, everybody. Here we are. Woohoo, we're back. Let's see how this is going to go. Is court going to court today? Thank you, commercial. We bring you this commercial break. I have no commercials. I need to have some commercials. I do try to plug myself very often. So if you don't know me, hi, I'm Missy K. I bring you law cases. I have a Facebook page where I post all the things.
Return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So you can go
Members
find
of
me
the
over
jury,
there.
we're gonna give it another
Legalese
go.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
All right, everybody, let's see how this is going to go.
All right, doctor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So P-A-I-L-L-I-N-P. R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas. And then I came back to University Hospital for Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you
Would you like me
have,
to go further?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you
proceed
can
with-
continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry. That is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes, I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctor's reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
Okay, some of you in the chat are like, are the prosecution going to object? And I'm really surprised. Okay, Candice, why are you saying no thanks in capital letters, love? My mods just said, everybody, if you're on here, please do not use capital letters. Only the mods can, please. So play nicely. So some of you asked, why didn't the hearsay that he heard from a friend who heard it from a friend who, yes, it's absolute hearsay. But I thought perhaps maybe the prosecutors weren't going to object too much because of this Zoom thing and because it's so clunky, they just want it to be over. But obviously, as you just heard, there is an objection because he's getting into something that he probably can't get into. So that is why, and he already said it, right? The horse is out of the barn, everybody. The horse is out of the barn. So welcome to Kangaroo Court, everybody. You spam that chat with the kangaroos. Here we go. Kangaroos, kangaroos, kangaroos everywhere. Welcome. If you're just joining me, hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. It's not just Lindsay Clancy. I do a lot of other cases. After Lindsay Clancy is over, we have our docket is full. So there'll be other cases that I'll bring to you. If you also want to see what else I'm up to, join my Facebook page. It's Legalese123. This morning, I posted a motion in October of 2023 that the prosecution filed against Lindsay Clancy. There is some telling things in there that we did not know. For example, Dawson was found face down. They also said that his injuries were more likely more severe than the other children. And then there's also some smatterings about where Patrick was, etc. It is a little eye-opening, but that was back in October, just months after the incident. Missy, what does that mean? Well, as I've told you before, when law cases happen, you don't just get arrested and then you go to trial. There are a lot of behind the scenes things. There's motions that the prosecution, they're called motions in limine. The prosecution files them about what charges, what evidence they have against the person, the defendant, what evidence they have, what they want, what their case is about, and like bail hearings, expert testimonies, talking about the law, etc. And then that is where the prosecution and the defense, they fight back and forth with papers. And then they give these papers to the judge. They're called papers. They give the papers to the judge and the judge rules on the papers. But more times than not, the prosecution and the defense, they sometimes they work together and agree on things, what evidence is coming in, what evidence isn't. And when they cannot agree, they write a motion, give it to the judge, and then the judge rules on those motions. For example, Kevin Reddington made a motion that he wanted the TikTok social worker to come in and testify. So he wrote his papers on it. He gave it to the judge. They actually had oral arguments on it, which means they come into court. Both sides argue for or against, and then the judge rules on it. There is a motion in the docket that Judge Sullivan had ruled on. The TikTok social worker was denied, as we know. So that is kind of what happens when a case starts from the beginning. What cases are we going to do that with? Well, the David case, we're going to start from the beginning. And then some of the other ones, we're just going to hop in as they go along.
Okay, doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking
Okay.
psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984. And over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay. And you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense and your evaluation of Lindsay. Can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how
first of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
yes, Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Delata and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with a postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open a window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
You guys. I knew there was an objection because he just like kept rambling on and on and on, and they just let him ramble on and on and on, just talking about anything and everything under the sun. Okay, so if you guys watched me yesterday, if you were here with me this in the afternoon, I told you what he was going to testify to. He was going to testify to the command hallucinations. His job is basically to say that she was in a mental defect, because that is the standard of the insanity defense that they're going for. So he needs somebody to come onto the stand and say, yep, she was insane. So, as you guys know, yes, these experts are being paid to be there. They're on the prosecution, they're paid to be there too. So you guys know that the defense hires an expert to typically say what they want them to say. The prosecution hires their own experts to say what they want to say. It's a battle of the experts. Do you believe this expert over that expert, or do you believe somewhere in between? And I do have to tell you guys, I think the reason this is false.
An instruction at this point. I'm going to go into this also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were
Okay.
not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements. All right. The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay? Go ahead. Mr. Wren.
Okay, hang on. I have to pause. Okay, remember I told you that the judge is going to give us specific instructions to the jury. This is just a taste of that. So what does this mean? Your mind is probably like, what does this mean? So it means that the statements that Lindsay makes to the psychiatrists, psychologists, to these people who are offering this opinion are not to be considered as statements for the purpose of the evaluation that it was her intent to unalive her children. The statements are used only for them to make their diagnosis. So if there's anything in there that you think that she intended to do what she did, they cannot consider that. Now, remember, he's going to have very precise language that the jurors need to follow. Remember, I told you that laws are created. And in these laws, they have this very precise language that they'll read, because if it's not, and somebody picks on something, there has been one case that it got appealed over just one word, that it was supposed to say one thing and it could be inferred as something else, and the case got appealed. So what the judge says is very important for the jurors to adhere to. We will, once we get those, then I'll bring them to you, but we might not get until after they're done. I hope I explained that to you a little bit. We can go into further details, but we want to get through this. So let's continue.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior, and she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you
If she were
talked, Doctor, you can't, you
Okay.
cannot say what she told you, all right?
Okay, all right, I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean?
Secondly,
What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is, it's called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3,
3.
the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted, psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion of reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children. And that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
And sustained.
Yes, as a
All right,
matter
no,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Lindsay, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter he does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
I may.
Yes, please. Go.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
She did
not just go there. Believable.
Excuse me. Do's and don'ts of depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick. In your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas.
Okay, you guys, I have to pause for just a second. Ma'am, may I remind you that you testified just a couple of days ago? You, the prosecutor, testified about the bans and it wasn't truthful. You want to talk about believable and trustworthy? Sorry, I just had to go there. I'll back up a little bit, but ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I can't tap on my, excuse me, ma'am. Pot, kettle, black. Okay, I'm going to back up a little.
To the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, do's and don'ts of depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes,
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events
are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes,
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
they sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes,
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
that's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes,
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
that there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes,
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
But she tried.
Right, as did Miss Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, Miss Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
she
told
did
her,
not acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctor.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
The state.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not
already.
ask you about Ms. Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I'd move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Yes, please.
Page 89 and
1990 summer. Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure if was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
yes,
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
yes,
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes,
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
it can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect? Bless you.
No, thank you, doctor.
All right, so if we could turn off that. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
What? No? That's it. What about the video? What happened? We don't get to see the video? Did you open the door? What's going on?
Reddington.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right.
Okay,
So,
that's it.
members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case. It would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All right, my law lovies. First of all, hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me. If you're just joining me now, my name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case, day 18. We're saying goodbye to Dr. Resnick. We'll go over his testimony in just a minute, but he's being yeeted. Bye-bye. Okay, if you're just joining me, everybody hit that like button. We're at 43K. Let's see if we can get to 50K before they determine who's up next. So what happened? So the defense rests. That means all the evidence that the defense is going to bring is done. That's it. The prosecution then has potentially 3 witnesses that they're going to bring up on rebuttal. So I have a question for you guys, and I put it in the chat a couple of different times in different ways. Do you think that both Reddington and the prosecution, especially today with some of their questions, are answering the TikTok rumors, right? Are they answering the TikTok rumors? Are they listening in, wanting to know and answering our questions?
All right. Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
All right, it's rebuttal time.
Dr. Abram Mack.
All right, don't worry, you guys. At lunchtime, we will go over all of this, so don't worry. We just got to get through. It's going to be a long day. If they call 3 more witnesses, it's going to be a long day. And besides, with the stops and starts and stuff, so let's try to see if we can get through them. Hold your questions. We'll answer your questions, or you can put them in the chat, and then you can redo it later on. Please like the stream. Let's get to 50K. And my gifts are open if you would like to contribute to the notebook fund. I am on the last.
All right, good morning, doctor.
Morning.
All right. I just
2
ask you to
pages.
keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Avram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Avram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, a defense or a prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
Overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, It's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally, one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination. Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can
He's
rephrase
aware, and
that.
if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes, I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for
Yes or
criminal
no?
responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility,
You guys, I'm sorry. You guys, if you guys are upset as I am, You can imagine how the jury is so upset. So she says, okay, they're talking about criminal responsibility. And the term disease or defect is a legal term. When I tell you what legal terms are, that's what they have to say in order for her to be legally deemed that. And his response was, sure. So he doesn't know that? How is he supposed to evaluate her? This is the worst kangaroo court I've ever been in, you guys. This is their expert. If you guys are confused, once the prosecution rests and the defense rests, the prosecution can bring on what's called rebuttal witnesses. They bring on experts to debunk the expert's prior testimony. But they're going into this diatribe of all of these things that they don't need to go. They're losing everybody. We're losing our minds. I'm going to continue. I have a headache.
Ability and your mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, it is they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained, retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retained substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood. Generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say, the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points, she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes. At the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as I believe both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently. And I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
Finish, please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
No, yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated,
Yes.
that she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called.
No, ma'am. You asked him what medication she's on. Tell us. We want to know. You're answering TikTok conspiracy theorists who want to know what medication and what her physical appearance is in April 2026. Tell us. I hope Reddington goes and asks. That would be great for him, right? She's got all these ailments. She's on this medication, whatever. She's miserable. That's what he needs to get into. I hope he can. Because they opened the door here. Sorry, I have to rant. I have a headache.
Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Oh, hang on. I got to back up. I didn't get that. Zyprexa. Okay, here we go.
Physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of the Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes. Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
Okay. And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after
she
the
had,
birth?
sorry.
After the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any
No.
evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far
Yes.
as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for.
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. all medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
my opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if, what if, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023. Did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives. So
even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There is one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or her interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay. All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter.
Hang
and
on,
we'll have you
everybody.
back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay.
All right, please, jurors, next.
And the prosecutor face says it all. She's rude and huffing and puffing. Let's see if they have a hot mic moment. Lindsay was mad.
Jurors, next in the quorum.
All right. Council, any need to discuss anything before the break?
No, thank you.
No.
All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Okay. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the lunch hour discussion of the Lindsay Clancy case, day 18. There are 698 of you in here. If everybody could hit that like button, I want to get today, as my goal is 200,000. So let's hit. I want to immediately get to 100,000 right now. Then let's get to 125 before lunch goes. So 125, please, everybody. That way I'll answer your questions. If you're not hitting the liking buttons, I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm just kidding. Also, hello, if you are new here, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. Thank you, V. I love the hearts. So we are going what's called gavel to gavel coverage. We're sitting here watching the testimony of those who are come to say what they're going to say about Lindsay Clancy. Did she do it? Did she not do it? Ah, la, la, la. And if you want to join me, I'm also live over on YouTube. Same channel, Legalese 123. If you want to watch with us, I cannot bring it to you live on TikTok. They don't allow me to. Also, I have a Facebook page. It's same channel, Legalese 123. I post documents, evidence from the trial, etc. Plus, I cover more than just this. So go over there and give that a like and follow as well. This morning, I did post a motion from the Commonwealth that was back in October of 2023. It gave us some more context clues that we didn't get in trial, i.e., number one, the question of Dawson. And yes, it's a little bit morbid, but Dawson was found face down. That was unclear with Patrick's testimony, and that Cora was sort of like twisted. That came from Patrick just months after the testimony. So you can go read it for yourself. Guys can go make your own decisions. I'm just reporting to you what was on there and that I read it. If you want to go look at it, please go. It's about 9 pages. Go have some light reading. All right, so if you are not following me, please do. I bring you more than just Lindsay Clancy. We have the rest of this month to go, and then we're already heading into our next trial in September. We will be covering the Frazier Bohm case. If you don't know, Frazier Bohm is being accused of allegedly going 105 miles per hour down Pacific Coast Highway in California. He took a curve, the dead man's curve, a little bit too close, hit some parked cars. 4 Pepperdine students were on the sidewalk, and he unalived them. He is being represented by Alan Jackson, who was Kieran Reed's high-profile attorneys. This kid is rich. His parents are rich. Why? The car he was driving. He's also out on a gazillion-dollar bond. I don't know the amount, but he's out on bond. So will he be convicted of doing this? And the other more important thing is, if you know, will ARCA be testifying as to the speed that he was going? So anyways, we have 12 women in the jury, 6 men. Just wanted you guys to know that. I know that you asked that question. So thank you so much. And if you are over on my YouTube channel, hello, everybody. Hello and welcome. If you have not liked and subscribed, please do. If you're on your TV watching me, you have to use your controller and go to the thumbs up area down below your TV. If you're on your phone or watching on a mobile app, you can go on there as well. Please like and subscribe and turn your notifications on. That way you know when I'm coming on. All right, let's see what is going on. Okay, what's my take on this witness? Let's talk about this witness and then we'll go backwards. All right, as you guys know, this is the prosecution's rebuttal witness to any and all of the defense witnesses, right? Dr. Condi, Dr. Zeisel, Dr. La Posada for some small degree, and then the gentleman who just testified, Dr. Resnick. This guy, to me, you guys, in my opinion, is talking a lot of generalities, right? People, lots of hypotheticals, lots of this and this and that, and this and that. He did not see Lindsay until April of this year. Why? A lot of people, it was brought up. The prosecution asked Dr. Resnick, and they're the ones that stated that they were blockades for some reason. Now, in Tanya, I'm not taking any guest requests. Thank you. The reason why they were blockaded is because in the timeline, as you guys know, before pre-trial, before this gets to trial, the defense has to say, we have this expert. And then the prosecution says, well, we have this expert. And it's like a patty cake situation. Apparently, and I'm not 100% sure because I did not see a lot of the pre-trial issues. It sounds like to me, I did a little Googling. It sounds like to me that the defense did not disclose some of their experts. And we do know in the end here that the defense did not disclose Dr. Condi, Dr. Zeisel, and Dr. La Posada until just a week before, days before the trial was going to come in. So this person went back in April. because perhaps the defense made a tactic, a stall tactic, and that's when he went to go see her. Now, my question to you is she the same person in April of 2026 that she was in January 24th of 2023? Can he evaluate her based on who she is now and based off of the records that he saw? The answer is he did it, right? He did it. He's on the stand telling us this. So again, I will repeat this. It's a battle of the experts. This, you guys know, the defense hires experts that's going to say what they want them to say. The prosecution's hiring experts to say what they want to say. It's just, and then you get to decide which one do you believe. And two things can be true at the same time. You can believe portions of what he's saying. You can believe portions of what the other one's saying. And remember, the jurors, and I keep saying this is precise language. You will hear this in every trial. They are the finders of facts. They're the ones that will evaluate the testimony of all of these witnesses and give it the weight that they want in order to make their decision. Us at home, the armchair jurors, I know I'm up and down. It's a teeter-totter for me. It's a teeter-totter for you. I keep saying that, I keep saying what you're saying. All right. Velveeta Vixen says that she's getting peed, that the judge has only reiterated rules when the defense witnesses are on. Well, yes, but maybe it's because, and we don't know because they're at sidebar, maybe it's because the defense says they want that instruction at that time. So don't read too much into that. Don't read too much into that. Thank you, everybody who's giving gifts. Maya, I appreciate you. Miss Heart in the USA, Hardy in the USA. You made a note earlier and I read it, and then like I'm doing 6 things at the same time, so I only got bits and pieces of your thing. If you want to, send me a message on TikTok. I would like to hear more about what it is that you have going on. You had something really interesting, and I apologize, but the feed just goes so quickly. I couldn't read your thing. So I apologize. Maybe we can go and look at it a little bit later, but I did see the one thing. I didn't see everything. And remember, I'm trying to put on a show here, answer your questions, take notes, and trying to evaluate what's going on all at the same time. So, and I'm also Googling. I'm over here Googling things. So, all right, I'm going to go backwards to go forwards and answer your questions. The doctor gave your 10-year-old medicine that turned his with his SI thoughts and took him off them. Well, there was a point that Lindsay said, let's go off the medicines. She didn't quite do that. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Hoping to drone on so jury falls asleep. Mistrial, painful to listen to the prosecutor. This man was logical and genuine. I don't think said anything against her. Well, I have one issue, is the diagnosis of PPD or PPB, whatever you want to say. And everyone keeps saying, well, she was past the time frame. It's 4 months afterwards, so she doesn't have it. I don't like that. And not only that, but you went and talked to her for 30 minutes or 60 minutes over a period or whatever in April of 2026. She's not the same person that she was back then. So I just have a small issue with that, and that's my own issue. If you guys can resolve that, then let me know. The witness for the prosecution actually seemed to support a lot of defense last witness. Yeah. Who witness won today? It's a tie for me right now. It's a tie. And then, who does the tie go to? Well, that's the jury's going to have to figure that. Okay, you keep asking the same question over and over again. What happened? Make you wonder, mom is a Oh, you're saying that your mom was bad, CRAZY, but she would never hurt any of us. Hurt herself, yes. Well, that goes to the point that that's what they're trying to say is there are some people who have, so Dr. Resnick brought up the varying differentiations of who is, I put it in the chat, the altruistic psychosis, the altruistic filicide, the acutely philosophic filicide, child maltreatment, the unwanted child, and then the spousal one. So you guys got to hear there are a variety of different ways that this could happen. Which one was Lindsay? He said she was 1 and 2. I thought, to be honest with you, I thought that the third one, which was the mistreatment of the child, the abuse, I thought that the prosecutor was going to hit on that one as far as the injuries and the information that she had stated about Dawson. I thought she was going to go there. She didn't, but she looked like she was going down that path, and I thought, oh boy, because there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence that she abused Dawson. There's no evidence besides her notes about her opinion about Dawson, but take it with a grain of salt, right? Probably a hung jury. That is a great possibility. I told you, is it just one person? If one person says that they don't agree with the rest of them, there you go. All right, over here on Tickety Talk, what do you guys gonna say? You think the prosecutor's witness was better, Aaron? You feel that him saying she didn't have it is irrelevant because as long as it started before the act of the fact time period, it was an ongoing issue, not an issue that arose and not mentioned. Cassidy, that's very well spoken. It's lunch break, yes. I don't feel like her witness is going how she thought it would. It could be kangaroo court. Thank you so much. Okay, I got you that. I think her personality is come out a lot more than the last, let's say, 4 or 5 days. If you guys are watching Lindsay, you guys, I'm taking notes. So I don't always get to see what's going on in court. I'm listening and taking notes. So I don't always get to see what Lindsay is or isn't doing. You think the expert witness for the defense won jury. His history is crazy. His history is bananas. And so do you give more weight to a person who has a lot more experience dealing with people in different matters of psychosis on both sides of the fence, by the way, both for the prosecution and the defense, that is, that's, you know, that's a lot. That's a lot. I did appreciate Dr. Resnick. And there was one of you, I forgot, you guys. There are 796 of you in here. There is a person on my panel here who worked with Resnick. So make yourself known because we have questions for you. All right, you guys are chatting and I love it. I love it. I'm going to go up to go down to see if I can answer any more of your questions. We're at 93K, everybody. You're doing great. Let's go. Plus, my gifts are open. Thank you, everybody who has given a gift. Anna and Bert and Maya and Maya and Paris. Oh, well, hello, Miss Paris. Thank you for joining us. What is this one? Warrior Queen. Whoa, that is a strong one. Thank you so much. Killer Queen Cat. Thank you. Miss V, always. Oh my goodness. Tori Bear. And if I didn't get to you, thank you, everybody, for giving of gifts. Min just sent me something. Thank you. Okay, you guys. This notebook is expired. After it's done, it's going to go in the trashola. There's no reason to keep it. But in the end, I will tell you how many witnesses there were for the prosecution, how many were for the defense, and what the rebuttal witnesses are. Don't ask me right now. I'll have to go through the notes. It's going to take me a hot minute. Why was the case publicly broadcast? This case or any case? Mossy Mornings. More specific question. What will happen if there's a hung jury? Okay, so when the jurors get the case and they deliberate, I've told you this before, they're going to try at least a minimum of 2, maybe 3 times before they actually call it a hung jury. So the first time they say it's a hung jury, the judge is going to see like, I don't think you deliberated long enough. Go back. The second time, he's going to give him what's called a curative instruction. He's going to say the letter of the law and read them something, and they're going to have to go back. Then that's when they can come back the third time and they can say, nope, we're still hung, and that's it. If there is a hung jury, it becomes a mistrial, and then the prosecution can decide whether they want to try her again, or maybe they'll end up doing a plea deal. You can't wait for Reddington to question this witness. I can't either. We'll have to see whether he's, we would like for him to hammer him and be like, well, what about this? And what about that? Did you read this note? Did you read that note? Da, 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 da. We'll see. But just remember that Reddington has been doing this for many, 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 many years. So he needs to figure out what's going on. Harley, Patrick is not testifying. No, Patrick. Nope, nope, nobody, nope. The defense rests, by the way. The defense is done. There are going to be, there are going to be no more witnesses for the defense. No more witnesses for the defense. Sorry, I hit something over here, and now it wants me to do stuff. Hold on. I can't get this out of here. All right. All right. Sorry, I hit something, and it went a bit wonky. You guys, I don't know what you guys are talking about. How many rebuttal witnesses are they going to have? So the prosecution said yesterday they're going to have 3. They're only on 1. Do you guys think that we'll get through it by the end of today? Because this morning they had technical issues. So recap. Hopefully they get through all of the witnesses today. If not, then they'll come back on Monday. The judge stated that he wanted to give the prosecution and the defense some time to mull everything over, and that if they get through all of the witnesses today, there might be no court on Monday, and that they'll come back with closing arguments on Tuesday. So stay tuned. Make sure to like and subscribe because I will fill you in. A quick recap. You had doctor's appointments this morning. Anything big? Well, this morning, Dr. Resnick took the stand for the defense. He was pretty good and talked about all of the possibilities of that could happen to Lindsay. It was very, 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 first of all, he is very impressive. He has been on very, very many high profile M cases and talked a lot about for both the prosecution and the defense. What are the notes that he hit? When he was talking about Lindsay Clancy, we've heard this before. Lindsay Clancy was hearing what's called command hallucinations. That means somebody commanded her to do something. And it was only at the time that before, as we know, when Patrick was out, and that is what told her to do the things, do the children and then do herself, right? That is very important because that is one of the elements of the insanity plea, just to let you know. Then he talked about that, she had several S attempts. We already know that. A lot of it was a little bit of rehash. There was a little bit that we got a psychiatry lesson, that's for sure. But also, he was also testifying via Zoom, which was so difficult. There were a couple of times that what he was saying was muddled, and I couldn't pick up the word he was using, so I did my best. So when he was talking about the providers that, she didn't tell her providers, he said it was not an area when she had a rational medical hospital. And they keep talking about the kids being taken away. Again, if you haven't read the civil suit in the Lindsay Clancy trial, it's posted on my Facebook page, Legalese123. Go read it. That tells a little bit of a different story. So, I have issues with some of the stuff coming into testimony. I don't think that they're going to get the civil case, but they keep talking about it. On the cross-examination, you guys, I thought the prosecution, when she was getting into the celebrating of the birthdays and stuff, that you would think that Lindsay would have some sort of reaction. And she didn't quite get into it, but we know the other day she said that they were celebrating the kids' birthdays, the day of the event, etc., at the hospital, and the mother brought her food and stuff, and that she didn't seem to be upset, right? I got that from the other day, so I thought her bringing it back up was alluding back to that. I'm trying to get my accurate notes on
All right, so there are 5 motives that Dr. Resnick talked about. It's called altruistic filicide. I put it in the chat. Acutely philosophic filicide. Filicide is when a parent unalives their children. That's like the psychological definition of that word. So M is committed out of love than out of what's best for the child. If you're obsessed about caring for the kids, if she took her own life, she didn't want her kids to have a life without her. So she did them a favor by taking them to heaven because she was doing a motherly thing. That's what he stated. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but you kind of get the gist of that. And then I put in acutely filicide in there. And then now on the stand, we have the prosecution. Defense is rested. The prosecution has their first rebuttal witness on the stand. It is Abram Mack. He is a forensic psychologist who looked at all of Lindsay's doctors and what she was being prescribed, etc. And I got to tell you, I'm having a little issue with him. And they're not hitting the points, right? They're going backwards, they're going forwards. The prosecution is leading him into the questions instead of him answering the questions. It's really, really hard. But he did go over exactly what was in her system at the time that she passed. We already talked about that. He keeps saying, so I told you about the intoxication. I'm going to tell you about that as well. That is going to be a bone of contention. The defense wants the intoxication in. The prosecution doesn't want the intoxication in. What does it mean? It doesn't mean like you're intoxicated with alcohol. It's about the drugs that were in her system. What does that mean? The defense is saying, listen, she's taking all of these things. It's in her system. It depends on how it metabolizes, how it works in her system, what have you. And that is why she's influenced to do the things that she did. The prosecution is saying no. And that's why they're talking about the Seroquel in that time frame. The Seroquel she was tapered off of. So therefore, it's not in her system anymore. The Seroquel could have led her to be, psychotic and mania, whatever. But earlier that month, she was tapered off of it by going to McLean. She was not on it at the time that this occurred. We're talking about what? 19 days. She got out on the 5th. This happened on the 24th. 19 days, right? Come for me with the math. So at the time of these unalivings, that's what the prosecution wants to focus on. At the time, was she under the influence of medications? And they're saying no, because look at what she was prescribed and look what was in her system. Neither one of those, and this is what this doctor testified to, neither one of those would make her in a psychotic manic state to do the things that she did. I'm just putting that out there with you. So that is what is going to come up. So that was what was argued yesterday in court as to her charges and stuff. So it's going to be big because the defense wants it in, prosecution doesn't. We'll see whether or not the judge allows it. Oh, I have a little spider on my microphone and he doesn't want to get off my microphone. Go away. Sorry. All right. All right. Let's see what you guys have for comments. Oh, thank you for correcting me, forensic psychiatrist instead of psychologist. Thank you. You think that her medication, you think they may have her medicated on some benzos for court. Who knows? But they did just talk about what her status is currently right now, which was very nice. What was the double jeopardy law? Okay, so a double jeopardy law is that you can't be tried for the same you can't be tried for the same crime twice. For example, if they find her guilty of M, right? And well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that way. Okay, we're going to go down this other hypothetical, okay? There was a movie, it was called Double Jeopardy. And this woman was convicted of unaliving her husband. She went to jail. It's a movie, you guys. It's a movie. Take it with a grain of salt. But she didn't do it. She didn't do it. And so she gets out of jail. She does her time. She gets out of jail and she goes and finds him, and then she unalives him, right? But she can't be tried twice because she was already tried and served her time for unaliving him. That's double jeopardy. I hope that explains it to you. There could be a lot of hypotheticals that I can go in with double jeopardy, but I just don't, because that's going to confuse you. That's going to feed conspiracy theorists, and I'm not going down that road. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome. There are 849 of you here. Hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases. We talk a lot about legal things in this chat. We're about facts, not fiction. If you are new here, please tappity tap, tap, tap. We have, we made it. We made it to 103 likes. Thank you, guys. Yay. Also, you guys, if you want to spam the chat with a hashtag FYP, apparently Mary says that works. So do that as well. And if you would like to give me a lovely gift, I ran out. I'm out of this one notebook. I need to go get some more notebooks. I did order the Right Tech pens. So when those come, I'll give you a review on that. I appreciate it. Gifts are not expected, but it's like a little tip for answering your questions and helping you out and guide you through this case and more cases as we go along. So I don't just sit here and twiddle my thumbs and we watch this case together. I answer your questions. I provide you context. I also give you the receipts. So again, go to my Facebook page. You will see there are lots of motions that I posted about this case, and you can take it with a grain of salt or you can take it as true. That's up to you. But typically what's written in a motion is usually factual, especially if it's in quotation marks. That means that person said it. Just to let you know. And thank you everybody who has followed. Please like, follow, and share. I'm also on YouTube. I'm covering that live. So we're watching the trial live over on YouTube. If you want to hop over there, it's the same channel name, Legalese123. Go over there, give a like, subscribe, etc. And again, as I mentioned, Facebook, same channel name, Legalese123. That's where I post all the evidence that has come into the case so far. I've also posted motions. I do sort of a recap. Sometimes I do reels. It depends on what's going on the day. So I'm doing my best to answer your questions. And because you guys are so fabulous and I appreciate everything that you guys have done, I am working behind the scenes to make things a little bit easier and a little bit better for both of us to share other content. So yes, I can post things here on TikTok, but it's not like if you want to go see a document, you have to go over to Facebook and look at it. I need a better way to categorize things. I have it. I'm working on it. So that is what I'm going to do this weekend, so that once and if you want to go back and you want to look at anything from the Lindsay Clancy case, I'm going to have it. It's going to be like a case file, right? I'm going to have everything there for you, all the pictures, all the things that I can gather. So that takes time and research and what have you. So it makes me a little upset when people are on here and saying, oh, you're just profiting off of this. No, honey, I'm working to provide you with more than just let's sit here and watch it and discuss it. I'm trying to give you all of the ins and outs of this case and future cases. So not a one-trick pony. I know I don't have to explain myself, but I feel that I need to because I'm an honest person. I'm here about transparency. Told you, facts, not fiction. How do I know that? Look at the court documents. Look at the motions and stuff that come into cases. That is where all the tea is, and speculation and everything kind of has to go out the window because it only matters what evidence is being presented in a court of law. And that's what all of us should be thinking about. Because if you are a defendant in a case, don't you want that? Don't you want facts in your case versus fiction? So those of you who know, I just wanted to make myself clear because there's a lot of new people in here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Carlos, so much. Chrissy, thank you so much. Kelly, Lauren, Vicky, Grace, thank you. And it keeps jumping. Bert, oh my goodness, Bert, are you
Super. Thank you so much for the 5 roses. I appreciate that, you guys, so, so much. You guys don't know how much I appreciate this. I work very hard to bring you the latest and the greatest. All right, let's see if there's any breaking news in anything that's going on in this case and more. So we can see, oh, there's some Miles King stuff going on. You guys wait until we get the Miles King. Oh my goodness. She wants to call Michael Proctor, Sean Good, Brian Tully, woo! Jennifer Hickman. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, I'll explain that in just a minute. She's Rosemary Scapicchio. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh. So if you guys don't know, Rosemary Scapicchio is a high-profile defense attorney in Boston. She is Lindsay Clancy's civil attorney, but she has a lot of defense cases going on right now. Next week, on Friday, the 27th, she is going to have an evidentiary hearing and go over her motion to dismiss. It is going to be fire. If you're in Massachusetts, you know. If you're not, I will bring that. That's what we're going to do tomorrow, is we're going to bring you up on cases. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else, if there's anything from the docket on Lindsay Clancy that I can tell you what has transpired. But I'm not seeing anything thus far. So just give me a second so I can look really quickly. And you're like, Missy, where are you looking? I'm looking at the docket. I'm scrolling through the docket. Do you guys realize there's over like 150 things posted on here? And also, you guys, I also have to pay for some of these things. So your fund helps me go and find these motions for you because I get charged for it. So yes. Oh, the Mass Court's website, Ashley. You know. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Bella. All right. It is 12:42. Thank you for the heart. Oh, Tessa. Nolan, thank you so much. I love that. Thank you. Yes. So where am I? I'm all over the place, you guys. I'm trying so hard. There are 722 of you in here. Thank you so much for joining me. We're at 108 likes, you guys. We have about 15 minutes. Liking the stream doesn't cost you a thing. If you don't know how to do it, if you're new to TikTok, you just grab your phone. You can't see my phone. There we go. And you just tappity tap, tap, tap on your screen. I know it's a little hard. If you're by chance watching it on your computer, there's a little heart next to the comments, and you just go and tappity tap, tap, tap. You guys, I want to get to, so I told you by the end of the day, my goal is 200K. So by lunch, let's get to, you guys can get up to 130. I know you can. Oh, Miss Rivera says 120. I said 130. By the way, I want to thank you. I have several mods in my chat. They are amazing. So the rules of the chat are you can say anything as long as it's nice and kind. Please do not put caps in. It's for the mods so that I can read it, because if they have something emergency, they need to tell me. That's what I'll be able to look and see. And if you're not nice and you don't play with others, or you disparage me in any way, shape, or form, you will be yeeted. So yay for my mods. Can't do without you. Thank you so much. The Mass Court's website charges you money. Yes, it does. It does. Ashley, if you know, you know. Let's see. If they have not proved without reasonable doubt she was in psychosis, she is not guilty. All right. I need to have a chat with you guys. All right. A lot of us are on the teeter-totter fence. So I want to remind you that if you have doubt, once the prosecution rests, and just remember, their questions are not relevant. They're not testimony. You as the jury cannot state whatever they're stating as facts
that you can't consider that. It's only what the answers from the witnesses are. So just take that with a grain of salt. They're testifying a lot. They're trying to get in information through their questions to the witnesses, and it's driving me nuts. But that's the way it is in the kangaroo court. If you have any doubt, once the prosecution's over with, once they do their closing arguments and you listen to their facts that they think that they're proving in their case, as well as the defense, the prosecution has the burden to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was criminally responsible. Yesterday, by the way, I also posted on my Facebook page what the charges are and what they mean for each one of them. Go read it, because these are the legal definitions and parameters that the jury is going to have to consider. If you have any doubt whatsoever in your mind, then it's reasonable doubt. It's plain and simple. If you have doubts, then it's reasonable doubt. Now, you can have some doubt. If you have a little bit of doubt, then you can go and you can say she's guilty and she's got to go to jail. But if they have, that's within like the 90 to 10% range, in my opinion. If you still have unanswered questions, if you have doubts of any way and you're like 90%, I don't know, then that's reasonable doubt. And therefore, then it's the insanity and she goes to the mental hospital. So I hope that answered your question. Yeah. All right, let's see where you guys out. Yep, mass cards charge you money. I already answered that. Wait, can you explain more about Rosemary and what that entails? So Rosemary Scapicchio is representing Lindsay Clancy in her civil case, but she has some other criminal cases and other people. If you know the Karen Reed case and you know Michael Proctor and what have you, Michael Proctor is also the lead investigator on 2 of her defendants that are coming up for trial. She is going to question Michael Proctor. She's going to question she's going to do what's called an evidentiary hearing, which means that in her case in chief, the person she's defending, they've not given the prosecution hasn't given her evidence. It is the #1 complaint from Rosemary Scapicchio and other defendants in Massachusetts that they don't get their discovery on time. She's going to have Adam Lawley, who is the district attorney in Karen Reed's case, on the stand. It is an unprecedented, unheard of, that a defense attorney is going to have a prior district attorney on the stand and she can ask him anything. That is called the Rosemary Scapicchio Barbecue of Adam Lawley. It's going to take place live on August 27th, next Friday. So hopefully we can cover it. If not live, we will definitely cover it. Turn on your notifications. Thank you, Maya. Yep, mass courts do. Rosemary is not going to be in this case. She's in the civil case. We can talk about that later. Already talked about what happened today. Thank you for following me. Let's get to 30,000 Ks. We're almost there, you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifty one and blue-eyed Mel. Blue-eyed Mel. Nice. Okay, the feed just jumped. I'm so sorry. Hold on, everybody. Oh my goodness. Is the defendant legally allowed to take the stand? She sure is. But you know, they haven't questioned her yet. Ooh. Interesting, you guys. They haven't questioned her yet. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. So if I were Kevin Reddington, I wouldn't let her testify, but she was supposed to say in open court that she wasn't. Yes, she represented Sean Ellis, who took a huge turn and proved his innocence. Cameron, did you see trial 4? Everybody, you have homework over the weekend. Go to Netflix, go see trial 4, and you'll see Rosemary Scapicchio in action. Why didn't the defense call Patrick or the other doctor?
there's no need to call Patrick anymore. Really, what is he going to lend to that he didn't already say? And if you're talking about the other doctor, Mary Spinelli, speculation, rumors are that she was supposed to be sequestered. She wasn't supposed to be really involved in the case. And apparently she was making posts on Facebook, etc. But me personally, do not have any confirmation on that until we get a message from the court. So I'm not going to go any more into that. Let's see. You guys, the feed's jumping. I'm doing my best. I believe the ballot will have a guilty, not guilty, not guilty of criminal responsibility. Absolutely. But we will wait. We're not going to speculate. We'll wait until we get the jury form and then we'll go over it. She is not criminally responsible. There are 3 verdicts that could be possible. Sure. Doesn't she expose dirty cops? Velveeta Vixen, she sure does. And we're here for it, right? What is the main point of the trial? Just to establish sanity. That is correct. Was Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible, and was she in her right mind? If so, guilty, jail. Was she criminally insane? Was she by mental defect? The word keeps coming up. There's going to be some more legal words that you're going to hear. I'll explain it. If so, then she goes to hospital. Oh, you guys, I saw something about the FBI. Sorry, you guys. The feed's jumping. Lauren, you sent me a message. Can't type it all out here. Okay, well, great. Well, I'll go back and look at it after we're done. Okay. I can't do 6 things at the same time. Apologize. How long do you think they'll deliberate for? Well, that is a good question, and we will go over that once we get there. But remember, juries are unpredictable. You can only guess, but you can't guess. And in one case, everybody thought a jury was going to take forever, and they came back like in 2 hours. So you just never know. You can never predict what a jury is going to do. Doubts. Have not proved premeditated only is legally responsible for choices. Could be. So also, you guys, Reddington also wants to have involuntary manslaughter. So let's just say that the jurors think that she was guilty of something, so that they want to do involuntary manslaughter. Again, speculation. Once that is in the charging documents, we'll tell you what that will mean. Go to my Facebook page and go read what I wrote yesterday. It is long, but if you wanted to hear it in the legal terms, that's what I wrote. It's too long to talk about here. Definitely proven there is a reasonable doubt. I love to hear what you think. Thank you, Pinky. I love to hear what you guys think. I'm doing my best. You have reasonable doubt that she even did it. Velveeta, then you're not guilty. She goes to the hospital. If you can prove Patrick did it, call the FBI. Absolutely. If you have evidence that you think Patrick is culpable in any way, shape, or form, I encourage you, go to the FBI, call the Duxbury Police, call the Massachusetts State Police. You can even go call Kevin Reddington's office. Tell him what you know. Oh, I've already done 3 recaps. Sorry, guys. If you guys want to know, you guys can go over to my YouTube channel. I'm live right there right now. You go under to the live, you'll see it says day 18, Lindsay Clancy trial, August the 21st. You guys can go backwards to go forwards, even if I'm live. So go do a recap there. Otherwise, later on, I'll do a recap. She is not criminally responsible. There are 3 verdicts that could be possible. Yep. As soon as we get that verdict form slip, we'll go over it. There was something about a Bratz video. I didn't read it. Again, if it's not within the 4 corners of the walls of the court, I'm trying to stay neutral. Is she not hearing voices anymore? Apparently not. This witness testified to what her current statuses of medications and stuff are, and I will recap that later on today. Is the defendant legally allowed to take the stand? We already talked about that. Why didn't the defense call Patrick or the other doctor? I already answered that. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. Remember, I'm going forwards to go backwards. If the civil case wins in the appeal, can they appeal this case? Can they use the civil case in an appeal? No. No. They're 2 separate things. The burden of proof first of all, Patrick is suing for wrongful death. Lindsay is suing for medical malpractice. Neither one of them are criminality sort of things. So In order for anything in a criminal case to come back on appeal would be, is there any more evidence that hasn't already been posed in this case? Did the judge error? Did the defense error, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? But you guys, anytime a criminal has a case and they've been found guilty and they're in jail, they automatically get an appeal. It happens. There's nothing nefarious about it. It happens in every case. What the appeal is, it just depends on who the appellate attorney is and what they're trying to prove. When I say this, most cases don't get appealed, but boy, Missy, you say that, but then like all of these cases you're talking about have been appealed. Yes. There's something going on with the universe these past couple of months that we're getting at least minimum of once a month that a case has been appealed. Speaking of which, we're going to be going over Alec Murdaugh's case. He's being retried. Why? His case got appealed. Why? Because the court of clerk in his case, when he was tried and convicted, had her hands on the scales of justice. She was talking to the jurors when they went on the site visit, and she also told the jurors to watch for his facial expressions, make sure that he's not lying, etc. You can't talk to the jury. So he's getting a new trial. Don't spam the chat. Are we done for the day? No, sir. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, Olivia. We still have we have the cross this, the prosecution's still not finished with this witness. We have the cross of this witness, and apparently they're going to bring on 2 more. Are we going to be done by today? I don't know. Stay tuned. You think Reddington is closing early, there will be a mistrial, and then bam, dirty cops exposed. She's innocent. Velveeta Vixen, that's very, very ambitious of you. We'll see if it happens. Well, can she refuse to go up? Right? Yep, she doesn't have to go up. Sorry if you answered this already, but what are my thoughts on Lindsay bringing baby photo albums in today? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Reddington probably told her not to testify. Absolutely. I would as well. Don't testify. Yep, she's not going up. Well, the defense already rested everybody. They rested their case. They can't bring anybody else up. So why they didn't talk to Lindsay about that in open court, I don't know. I don't know. So we'll see if that comes up. The defense rested. She isn't taking the stand. She's busy talking to the voices. You guys are terrible. Maya says tap and join and all the other emojis. Thank you, or emotes as they call it. There's no way Reddington is putting her up on the stand and subjecting her to those DAs. No way, Jose. I've already given 2 recaps. If somebody wants to recap in the chat for those who are just coming in, go to my YouTube page. Go watch. Can she testify if she's on a whole lot of medication? No, she can't, Jay. That's a good question. Because if she's under any influence, undue influence, she can't testify. You saw her sitting in court. You looked her up. Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Cameron, who are you guys talking about? I missed that. Right, the defense already. Right, the defense had their turn with Patrick. Yep. Technically, Patrick could be in the court. Since he's already testified, he's done. He could come back into the court. The defense has rested their case, so they're not calling him again. So he technically could come back. If the prosecutors would do more damage to Lindsay Clancy if she went on the stand. Yep. I thought he was going to call the neighbor. Well, until it happens. The name of the show on Netflix again. I'll put it in the chat. It's called Trial 4. Trial 4. Oops. Trial 4, Netflix. You guys have homework to do this weekend. I'll pin the comment. Oh, well, all right, here it is. Trial 4. Go see Rosemary Scapiccio in action. You guys are gonna lose it. Some of you already saw it. And we'll have a chat about that this weekend. Don't spam the chat. Who is this witness? He's another forensic psychiatrist. And you guys, I talk so fast, I over talk myself. Sometimes I miss something. You just tell me if I miss something or what have you. I don't mind being corrected. I'm only human, so I don't mind it at all. All right, let's just look really quickly to see. I always refresh and see what's going on. All right, over on YouTube, what do you guys got to go on? The albums may be for closing. Jennifer, that's a great insight. Maybe you're right. This is just a sad, sad case. No one wins. The Brat style video is getting way too much attention, as well as other ones do. Let's see where you guys are. Come on, Reddington, clean this up. I'm over here and I went up to go down and then the feed jumped over here. Guilty because of psychosis. She will be loved into a hospital for decades, but not for the rest of her mind. Oh, you mean locked? Who knows? She might be locked up forever. You don't know. I definitely don't agree with involuntary manslaughter charge. No way. Well, we'll see if that comes in or not. Remember, you guys, this judge, Judge Sullivan, talking about appeals, he just had a case that was something similar to Lindsay's that he got overturned on appeal, and that case is coming back to him. So we'll see. We'll see what is going on. Miss Rivera says you best be respectful. We are based on facts only, and if you don't, she's gonna yeet ya. Be nice to my mods and me. How can he be the only one that said she was not postpartum or bipolar? Or did I misunderstand something? I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. I don't think you'll ever wear pink again, knowing what it stands for in this case. That's up to you. That's up to you. Why didn't Spinelli testify? Speculations and rumors were that she was supporting Lindsay Clancy's chats and some other like Facebook pages and stuff. But until we have the factual thing from the court, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Can you get your money back from the GoFundMe? I don't know. Go ask them, perhaps. Who's biased? Am I biased? Who's biased? You guys, I'm Switzerland. I'm just answering your questions and giving you thoughts and stuff. During closing, our lawyer had photos of your slain grandparents. Oh goodness. Well, that they probably will. They might, the prosecution can do that. He can't defend that she is innocent and that she wasn't criminally responsible at the same time. He's not saying she's innocent. She already stipulated to doing it. So he's just saying she was criminally insane at the time. He's not saying she's innocent. He's never said that. And if I'm wrong, prove to me where I could be wrong, but he didn't say that she was innocent. She stipulated to the facts that she allowed the death of her kid. Mary says, please follow the host. So please do. And again, all right, it is 1:03. All right, everybody knows what time that is. If you're here in the chat, you know what time that means. That means that the host needs to go take a little break. I still haven't finished my breakfast from this morning. I need to refill my water bottle and go take a little go to the girls' restroom. So everybody, take a minute, stretch, what have you. If you are on any of these streams and it comes back, don't worry, it is playing behind me. I will listen to it and everything will be good. I'm just muting my mic. If you're over here on YouTube, it's still going on. It's live. I just refreshed the feed so you won't miss anything. So don't worry. So while I'm gone, there is 141 likes. We need to get to 150 before I return. Please like and subscribe and follow and all of the fun things and share, of course. And when I come back, we'll see. Wait, why do I have a bow in my hair? Well, today, actually, I have a red bow, which is in support of the children, right? I wear a bow. I've been doing this for a long time. It's well before this trial happened. I consider it like an actor or playing a part, and this is sort of a recognizable part. So when you go and you look me up and you're like, hey, it's the lady with the bow, it's just something to be recognized with. I do not go out in public like this. I just want you to know. So I hope that answers your question. All right, law lovies. Host needs to take a break. Be kind to my moderators. And if you'd like to send me some gifts, that would be great. We're at 54% on the gifts. I would like to get to 100%. So kindly send me some gifts so I've got a whole bunch of stuff going on. Everybody, thank you so much. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Guess who's back? Back again. Missy's back. Tell your friends. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Did you guys live up to the expectations of my little break? You sure did. Woohoo! Look at you guys. You made it to 151K. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, all right. So, I see court still not back, as you guys know. All right, let's switch topics. What are you guys having for lunch today? And what is your favorite drink? We need to know. We need to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Me, I want to know. You guys are so cute. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. You guys are answering my question. Chick-fil-A nuggets, mac and fries, and Coke Zero. Yum. You had more coffee. I think it's going to be a heavy coffee day for me. Nothing. I'm sitting at the doctor's office with your son and they are late. Well, you need to go tell them that they're just like the Massachusetts courts. Tiramisu cloud latte. Wow. Old-fashioned water Woodford. Wait, is that are you day drinking already? Or what time is it, Anna Gonzalez? Panda Express. You love me a crispy Pepsi. Dang girl, that coffee sounds good, Mari says. Over here on YouTube, you guys are very quiet. I'm just finishing up my breakfast, which is okay. And then there's no chance for acquittal, right? I don't see it, you guys. In my opinion, I don't see it. So, yes, we're talking about the Lindsay Clancy trial. Brooke, thanks for joining us. Right now, we're just waiting for it to come on. If you're joining me on TikTok, you can listen to it. But if you want to join me over on YouTube as well, same channel name, Legalese123, you can watch it with us. So yes, we're talking about the Lindsay Clancy trial. But right now, because it's lunch and I want to give them a little bit of things, do I wish that they would have played the video that they requested? Yeah. So what the video was, it was the video of Dr. Resnick interviewing Lindsay Clancy. I mean, don't you guys want to see that? But the reason why they can't do it is because she has the right to testify, right? She has the right to testify. And also, I don't know the motion behind that. So it sounded like the defense wanted to get it in, but the prosecution said no. And so I don't know what that motion is. I have to go back and look at the docket and look at the record. So, by the way, those of you who know about the mass courts, it doesn't charge you to go on there and look, but if you want to get the motions, you get charged. I hope I made that clear. Julianne, thank you so much for the gift. So these babies need justice. She most definitely did it. She admitted to doing it. She admitted to doing it. So that's not the question. Yes, you guys want to see. I know, I want to see it too. Like TikTok and what YouTube, because I can swipe out and still text and scroll. I know. So some people go and watch me on YouTube live, and then you're on TikTok also. We have become a society of multitasking and getting a lot of information given to us in a multiple ways in a short amount of time. If you know, you know. Brooke says she didn't believe that. She didn't do it. You believe that. Okay. Let's come together and pray for justice for Lindsay. God said when we more than two come together, we get, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You guys have all the food restaurants in the US. Tesla, I know you're in Canada. Tesla, don't you have, oh goodness. I know the name of it. Hang on. Oh, it came to me and then it went away. Tesla, you have a Tim Hortons, don't you? You have a Tim Hortons in Canada. Tell me how you like Tim Hortons, and you have one by you. You're nervous if she gets criminally responsible, the healthcare system gets an easy off. The defense has been terrible. So here's the thing, you guys. You have a Tim Hortons and you're in Michigan. Oh, how do you like it? It's hit or miss. You have 3 in your little city. So if you guys, this case has definitely brought awareness to women and mental health, right? Are things going to change from this case? No. And it's a sad fact, right? Until all of our voices are heard, and especially those who have been afflicted by this situation, then you can create change, right? The laws aren't going to be changed. Plus, also, you guys have to realize that the big pharma companies, the healthcare companies, they are what they are. And then unless you voice make your voices known, that's the only way you're going to get change. Start a petition, start going to walk out, start a Facebook page, be the voice, go to your legislature, etc. Laws don't get changed by sitting on TikTok and talking about them, right? Laws don't get changed by you being upset at whatever verdict comes out of this case. It talks about somebody going and doing something. I love it. Thank you so much, Jillian. That's so cute. So do something. You're making your voices heard here. Go out, go do something. Create a movement, right? Especially women. Look at all those women who were out supporting Lindsay yesterday outside the courthouse. Think about all those women in Karen Reed's case. If you take all of those people, have them sign a petition, call your legislature, what have you. Wow, do you think that that's what they could do? Ligo, what was the live that I joined last night? I joined Mary Shoppins. She had, if that's what you're talking about, Mary Shoppins had a panel last night, and I joined the panel and made my 2 cents known there, a little bit there and there. So Mary has a panel every, is it Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday? If Mary's on here. If not, we'll say that. Yes, it was quite crazy last night. Yes. Mary's lives are very, very interesting and entertaining. But you guys, I can only take it for so long. There are some people, so hers is a free for all. Anybody and everybody can get up and say what they want, which is fine. But sometimes there are some people who have a very strong opinion, or some people who, I feel, in my opinion, talk a lot and they don't allow other people to talk. And, I want to hear from other people. All right, guys, looks like we're back at it. I have the volume turned on, but we'll turn it back up.
All right, Council, we ready for the jury?
All right, buckle up, law lovies. We're back at it. If you're just joining, Arvram Mack was on the stand. He is a forensic psychiatrist. He talked to Lindsay for a little bit, evaluated her records, and we're getting to his opinion about whether she does or does not have psychosis and what he thinks. If you want to join me live, I'm live over on YouTube. You can watch along with me. Make sure to like and subscribe, etc. Otherwise, TikTok does not allow me to do that. So, hello, if you're just joining over from there, there's the gallery for this afternoon. You see a lot of journalists there on their laptops reporting out to what's happening. And then there's some people in the jury who want to know. Last night on Mary's thing, there's a girl named Kimberly who is in the courtroom, and I was trying to see if I could find her. I don't see her per se, but that doesn't mean that she's not there. She's been there every day. And then there's Lindsay's nurses who are directly behind her, and then her family's beyond in the next pew over. Will we get through all of the prosecution witnesses today? Let's cross our finger that yes, and hopefully everything will go well. All right, everybody, here we go.
All right, Como?
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overruled. You can answer.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or
Right.
ideation.
I guess the important part I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, "You should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself."
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement
Yes.
and then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, "Go to God."
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck. And then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay. And as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And,
Okay, hang on, everybody. TikTok made me do a puzzle. I need to go back, and I'm just going to go back just a smidge. I apologize.
Door had been locked.
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's
yes.
okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable. There.
Move to strike that. He's not sure about it.
All right. That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women Hospital, you're aware that she had reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts. So it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that were required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
Okay. Before we get to Reddington, one of you guys asked about the difference between Reddington and Yates. If you go on Wiki Yates, you'll see that she was having a lot of hallucinations and a lot of things beforehand. She had been to many other hospitals and she resisted unaliving her children. She had thoughts of harming them, etc. And she resisted until she couldn't resist anymore. So hers was a lot more and well documented. Go wiki that. We went over that this morning. You can definitely go see that. Versus Lindsay's. Lindsay, the only people that she told was her mom and Patrick in December. And it's almost a month later, right? I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to answer your question right now. Let's get to Reddington.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might,
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
retained by, yes.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you about her
that, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question,
What did she
answer
tell
the
you?
question, and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd she go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time,
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years.
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from the
Let's talk about,
defendant
let's
herself.
talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why are you
wasn't.
telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to pause. For some reason, and I don't know why, this person is being combative. Right off the bat, when Reddington asked him a question, he gave, I don't recall exactly what he said, but it was something quip. And that Reddington was like, all right, buddy, you want to play? We're going to play this way. So Reddington's trying to control him to get him to give the answers. And that was just exactly what you're saying. When you're on the stand, if you don't know an answer, don't give some other answer to something else. Just admit you don't know. That doesn't necessarily show that he doesn't have any understanding of this case. It's just that question you don't know. If you are evasive on the stand, if you don't believe me, you go watch Karen Reed trial. Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, all of them. If you're being evasive with the answers, it shows that you have something to hide and that you are lying. The jury is going to pick that up like nobody's business. So a lot of you said he was great. He gave great answers to the prosecution. But if he's messing around and not answering the questions directly that Reddington is asking him, it's not going to go well. So yeah, it looks suspicious. It being combative. Just answer the questions. You have nothing to hide. You're getting paid for your work. Tell him what you did. Tell him what your thoughts and opinions are. You're an expert. Back your butt up, right? Back your butt up. So let's go. I'm sorry I paused, but I heard your questions and we needed to get into it.
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes.
And her husband was Patrick, right?
Yes.
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child for, right?
I can't hear you.
The first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these 2 kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She was living in Weymouth, or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had had
Hey,
throughout her
I'm
life.
going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir. I gave you
All right.
a little rope.
Next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes,
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
yes,
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes,
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years. We assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the
Yeah.
past,
So the
exercise
answer
was
is
her.
yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir,
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the question.
question called for a yes or no answer. All right. And so go ahead.
go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So By the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So
Do you recall that from the DA?
the term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got
but,
appointed or retained by the
Right.
DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
I know some of you are ahead. Oh my goodness, did you hear that? Hot mic, hot mic, hot mic. Let's go to sidebar on this. Let's go to sidebar on this. Wow, you guys, so explosive. All right. I know I'm a little behind. We always catch up. Let's see if we're right on the money. Everybody hit that like button. Sidebar, sidebar. I want to replay. What do you want? What? All right, we'll replay. Let's see if I can get to it. Okay.
About having her
Hang on, everyone
youngest
should replay.
child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Okay, I might have gone by too much. Hang on.
Paul? In the summer, having a great summer. Okay.
I went way too far. Hold on. Sorry. They're talking about when was he
Echomatic in your opinion?
retained.
Not in and of itself.
Participate, consider, or
So
do you recall that from the DA?
the term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got
but,
appointed or retained by the
Right.
DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Let's see if they're still at sidebar.
Do you recall?
Okay, they're back. All right, hold on, everybody. Hold on. I got to go backwards to go forwards. All right, you guys. We were at sidebar, and I didn't see any hearts. I didn't see any likes. You guys aren't participating in my stream very well. So let's go ahead and let's everybody take 1 second, and we're going to tap. Let's tappity tap, tap, tap. Remember, my goal is to get to 200,000 likes today. So just take a second, take a hot minute, breathe. What's going on is that he's mentioning motions. He's talking about when. So as I alluded to earlier, that the defense filed a lack of criminal responsibility in the case, and then that's when they began hiring him to rebut that. So that's what the issue is. Whether or not he can bring it up in court, is it relevant? All right, everybody. Let me see if I can get us as close to there as possible. Hold on. 1 second.
Criminal, that a person, that a no.
Hi, counsel.
Okay, here we go. Looks like you got it in.
your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given.
Mods, can you
court
take care of that for me,
that
please?
a person like Lindsay is
Thank
raising
you.
the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts
know-
in that
you don't-
regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I
So-
do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz.
Mhm.
He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
No, overruled.
I said Park Dietz and
Relevant.
Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Oh my
You know that
goodness.
He's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
Oh no! We
So is
talked
he
about
still
it earlier,
active?
you guys.
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the
Well, it
letterhead
said-
basically
but right
says.
on the map, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your,
Okay, everybody, I know you guys are going wild. Okay. If you missed it earlier this stream, I brought this up. Oh my gosh, you guys, look how, yes, you guys look. See, this is why you follow me. I brought this up to you before it came out, you guys. I'm patting myself on the back. Okay, those of you who are just joining, I'm gonna go backwards to go forwards. Okay, sorry, hang on. My brain is, I'm all over the place. The doctor who testified for just a minute ago, Dr. with an R, Resnick. Dr. Resnick represented Andrea Yates in her second trial. In the first trial, Dr. Park Dietz was on the stand as a prosecution witness. He has done a lot of high-profile prosecution cases. And in it, he said that there was a woman who, a Law and Order episode, who stated that she had unalived her children and she was claiming insanity. Well, it turns out there was that episode never happened. And so he was testifying to something that didn't happen. I do believe that he was confused because I believe that he was a consultant on Law and Order. So maybe it was going to be a future episode, but it certainly hadn't aired by then. But he went on the stand and said it aired. So when we talk about how and why cases get appealed, this is how and why her case was appealed, because the forensic psychologist testified that this happened, which could have potentially swayed the jury one way or another, right? So her case went up on appeal, and then she was found insane. The first time she was found guilty, and etc. So if you want to look at it, go wiki Andrea Yates, and then Park Dietz will come up. So he's saying that this guy is under the umbrella from them. Is this relevant? I don't know, but I'm here for it. It sounds fun to me. Let's go. But I needed to clear that up. And your girl brought that to you this morning. So I just want to say, those of you who are here, and I'm telling you to heart this chat, it's because I just don't sit here and watch this case with you. I bring facts. And by God, facts is what it's going to be. That makes me upset when people say I'm just here for likes and money. That is absolutely 100% untrue. Sorry, I'm off my soapbox. Let's go.
curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group Park Dietz and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay. Do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a robust
background.
career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments.
All of your stuff, the things you wrote.
Okay, I see you guys in the chat. You guys are like, why is he doing this? And some people are for it, some people aren't. You guys, this is his job. He's doing his job. This person is an expert. It's his job to knock this guy down as many posts as he can. He's up there presenting himself as he knows everything. He just went in, he diagnosed Lindsay with XYZ. So what is he doing? He's knocking his credibility, right? That is what you do to an expert. The prosecutions just did it. You guys weren't yelling when the prosecution was doing it to Resnick. It's the same thing. It's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, what the jury makes of this, I don't know. It's up to them, right? So just, maybe he's trying to scramble him. He's trying to get him off of his game. He has every right to say, what is your background? Where did you come up with this diagnosis? Are you a quack? Do they just pick a name out of the hat and whoever psychologist comes about? That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to break this guy's credibility. Here we go.
Oh, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Habron?
I am referring to Dr. Halbert. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halbert, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Both
I think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry I keep stopping and starting. Number one, we just got a clue. They're going to continue this on Monday. They're talking about Halgren. He's coming in on Monday, so buckle up, law lovies. Secondly, I know it's funny that did you guys ride together, but now he's impeaching both of them at the same time. Do you think it's appropriate for you both of you to go evaluate? Is that, remember they talked about the bias with Dr. Zeisel. He's allowed to talk bias, right? Good for the goose is good for the gander, everybody. Don't get your goat. It's impeaching. It's impeaching him. Sorry. I'll get off my high horse. I'm going to back it up a little bit.
Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No,
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does
No.
that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
no, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania,
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
Says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to
Okay.
not be renewed.
Maryland,
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York,
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts,
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina,
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut,
Same,
Virginia.
same.
So what does that mean that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So
Right.
at that point, I was a member of the
Okay.
National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions,
Yes,
Pediatric Quality and Safety.
yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics.
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes,
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
yes,
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but
Number 8 on
no, but what does it say in its entirety?
ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look
The
at it.
Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I.
Okay, you guys, that was really funny. It's like, this is your resume, right? I need to point out something that's very, very important. If you watch Karen Reed trial number 2, one of the defense experts who was one of the forensic accident reconstructions, Shannon Burgess, if you know, you know, put a one in the chat if you know, you know, put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Long story short, Shannon Burgess put on his CV that and I don't come for me, I'm paraphrasing, that he had graduated from college. Turns out he didn't. And so they impeached him big time about that. And if you lied on your resume or your CV, because so when you come to court and you testify, your CV is like an affidavit. You're swearing that everything on here is true and that you're going to testify because this is your knowledge, your expertise, etc. And the minute that you don't have that on your CV and you lied or it's not correct, it's your CV. You turned it in. It's sort of like when you go to a job interview and you say that you could ride a horse like actors do. You ride a horse and they're like, okay, let's get on the horse. And you're like, oh no, I can't get on the horse. That's the same thing in a courtroom. You testify or you sworn that this was accurate. So if there's something on your resume that's not accurate, it goes to the credibility of you as a witness. And that is what he is doing right now. And in the case of Shannon Burgess, they impeached him to hear it as next Sunday. And guess what? Number one, he took it off of his resume. And number two, I don't think he works there anymore. So listen, if you're going to be an expert on the stand, first of all, you got to say what you got to back up what you're saying. And two, you best have the credibility and the cojones to say what you're going to say and back it up. And take criticism from the lawyer who is criticizing you. You got to be like, yep, be strong, be confident. You're this forensic psychologist expert. You're getting paid for your expertise. Pull up your big boy pants, right? Let's go. It's just fodder right now. It's just fodder.
Served for 3 years.
Okay. The focus, nevertheless, is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about
Okay.
patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer is yes.
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes, I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, and psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematosus age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did?
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
you have to remind me, there was
Okay,
a
never mind
period when
probate
I
court.
was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
That's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book.
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, MAC AH, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong
that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
How long ago was
going
that?
to.
Oh, hang on. The stream just yeeted itself. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Hold on, everybody. Oh no. They yeeted. Oh my goodness. They yeeted the East Idaho stream because it contains S and harmful topics. Oh my gosh. After all the day they hold on, you guys. We'll go to court TV. Give me just a second. Oh my goodness. Oh my, so we were just getting to the good part. Hold on.
Medication history.
All right, hold on, everybody.
During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would.
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know. Don't worry. We'll go forward to go backwards. Hold on. One moment, please. Technical difficulties. Please hold. Please hold. Okay, let me see. We got to get back to where Reddington was pounding on the table.
What is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual.
Okay, hold on. Give me just a
In
second.
your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Am I really that far behind? Hold on. Oh. Am I that really far behind? All right, everybody, hold on.
Was how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So
Hold on, guys. I don't know where I'm at. I apologize.
About the event, and it had reported that
she was aware that
Guys, I don't know where I'm at. Give me just a second. I'm sorry.
did she tell you?
Answer the question.
All right, we know that.
Remove. Up to this point.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. I think I got it.
was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other, well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
All right, sorry guys. I'm trying to get to it. I don't know where it's at.
Ask
When.
Discuss variety.
I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I'm failing you.
One being that the baby was not taking a bottle.
I know I'm trying to get to where he was pounding on the table. And for some reason, I'm not there yet. And I don't know.
In this case is Lindsay Clancy.
Okay, I think I got it.
So, that's correct.
No. All right, guys. I apologize. I don't know where I'm at.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So,
Hold on, everybody. So
your
sorry.
understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given.
Okay,
to
that
the
was the
court.
break. Okay, I got that one. Hang on.
One you read, but
Number 8, what
Okay, I'm getting there.
right. To make sure
does that mean? Right?
hospitals where Philadelphia, the units that have the year
Asking you is,
medications,
says who?
the description she gave me,
Right?
well, was used.
On,
Goals there was that was tied wars in terms of
okay.
clinician over about 22 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson.
Okay, we're
and
going to just
Georgetown.
start there. I'm sorry, you guys.
So
I
that's in your
apologize, but this
curriculum
is the
vitae,
best I can
correct?
get.
The 3 professor level appointments.
Sorry.
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right? You were requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent.
Being independent is the
The
expectation.
answer, yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
Okay, we heard that. Hang on.
Yes.
What did you do, both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury?
We
to talk
heard
to him?
Yes.
What does
No.
that mean?
The other day he called me and said,
Okay, we heard that.
This, right?
at New here.
What is the national report? Did you
Also,
I'm trying. Sorry. Getting warmer.
American Academy of Child and Adolescent
I'm
Psychiatry,
sorry,
right?
guys.
Residence Department of, I mean, with as a lecturer, sir? 14, for example, you alcohol abuse is another research that you focus
That was the memory I have for that particular situation. That was psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more evidence from the
part of psychosis have you treated? How about confidentials there?
women who were unit was pediatric needs of that unit.
Okay, this is where it's going to
Recently
be
at
at.
Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth who have just had, and that the co-lead service for years, especially was because I had in throughout the overall area of
Okay.
adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in.
This is where we're going to
Throughout
stop
the
at.
years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to
Hold
tell
on,
you.
let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been under designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah. Was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show you
review it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer, she was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on for a
Hold on a
second.
second. Hold on a second, Doctor. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead. You want me to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
So you know she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
Lifelong.
yes.
Okay, how about in grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Rankin, you got, go ahead, Doctor, finish the question.
but when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only your description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next
She
question.
didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is, you don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my
Read
report?
the whole report, I don't care. Because it's not there.
The person who's coughing needs to go. And if it's a juror, just take a break. Oh my goodness.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication.
All right.
Benzodiazepines included.
let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take the medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
No overrule.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I
to.
know.
What?
Prove you wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe, that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD,
What does that stand for?
the International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, or you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No.
use the
I'm
DSM.
asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM 6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM 6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was 1968, DSM-3 was 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time...
Okay,
Okay. Next question.
Okay.
thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say...
So you would not agree with it, right?
I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay, so looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes...
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm
Yeah.
not sure I understand your
Now
question.
you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay,
I can just tell you about it.
all right. Okay, right here, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section?
Yeah.
The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women are more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right?
Oh my God.
That's all right. Okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that
Okay, you guys, sorry, I have to stop. Those of you who heard the Amber Heard trial, anytime anybody reads something and they said, did I read that correctly? I'm sorry, I have Johnny Depp in my head saying, yes, you did. Yes, you did read that correctly. So if you know, you know. Let's continue.
women with bipolar 1, read along, or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right?
Yes.
That they, meaning women, apparently have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
Sorry.
Right, because
It does say that.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy? What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know.
How
I can
about
tell
the-
you that
how
the
about the-
proponents of postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international
If
classification.
I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well, the
You're-
distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM,
All right. Mr. Reagan, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
yes,
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
yes,
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be.
It
As
may
I
be
was,
because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features in a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's
What
postpartum
literature?
psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying
describe
real
it.
hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything more, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders. Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd like to
And
finish
that would
speaking.
be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
Oh my goodness. Reddington. So here's the thing. Reddington asks a question. This guy goes on and on forever. Reddington can stop him and say, okay, not asked and answered, or, that's not what I asked. And he can
So
stop
right
them
here
there.
on
Instead he
page
says snarky
173,
comments.
Read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay.
No.
So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. You want me to read all of them?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case, their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course. And the course, by course, I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Stick with the section that you just pointed out.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
No, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was
Okay.
what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all,
Oh, right.
the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in Biological Psychiatry in last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar
Can I
disorder,
just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay, let's
paragraph. It
just
goes
stick-
on to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next.
All right, Council, let me see Council at sidebar here, just so you got scheduling.
Oh my goodness, you guys, they can go round and round and round about this. So, my impressions of this guy, yes, he's a very, very smart. What I think the issue or the problem is that what Reddington's trying to say is that, listen, this is your CV. You've got all this adolescent stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but you're not really, really focused on postpartum and postpartum depression. You're very book smart, and we know that. You know this DSM backwards and forwards, but where in the DSM does it say anything about postpartum, et cetera? So Reddington's trying to outsmart this person. It's not really going very well, in my opinion. It's just the two of them are arguing about how smart they are. And Reddington needs to reel it back in. He needs to reel it back in, get back to where he's going to, and start hitting him with points instead of what's this, what's that, because he's losing the jury altogether. I mean, he said numerous times, we already know it's not really much in the DSM-5. Perhaps it might be more in the DSM-6. Is that the hill that you're going to die on? There's so much more. There's so much more that he can get into with this expert and destroying him versus what actually is happening. So I know we're behind. I hate to go and zoom anymore because I lost my place before. So I apologize about that. But when I went from one feed to the other and you're live, it doesn't give you the timestamp. So I had no idea where we were before to this one, and I was doing my best to get us there. So I apologize. In the meantime, yay, everybody. Thank you so much. We made it to 200,000 likes. I really appreciate that. You guys are amazing. That we're at 205 right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you are just joining me, hello, my name is Missy K. There are 1.3 of you in here. That means 1,300 of you in here. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. I don't just sit here and watch the trial with you and just sit here and twiddle my thumbs. I write copious notes. I answer your questions. I give you facts. I bring you emotions. I bring you all of the tea that I can behind the trial and everything else in it. So far, it hasn't ended just yet, but we're getting there. We're a little bit behind. I'm afraid to go any further. All right, let's see. Here we go. All right, everybody, hold on. We're going to get there.
More and more.
All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. They're ending.
Break at this point. All right. So, you know what I'm going to tell you. All right. You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right. Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just really guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out. And we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right.
All right.
I don't
well on schedule.
Get ahead
don't know
of
what that
myself,
means.
but in case you're wondering, we are definitely well on schedule, much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining. Get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay.
All right, please, you're resting.
All right, let's see if they put anything else on the record. So as you guys know, the prosecution has rested their case today. It is now the prosecution, the defense rested their case today. The prosecution is now bringing on their rebuttal witnesses. This is witness number 1. They still have 2 more to go. We know one of them is Dr. Halgren, and I don't know who the other one is going to be. You can't hear me? Can everybody hear me? Is anybody having a problem hearing me?
Doctor, you may sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talk to the DA's office, the guys' schedule. We did discuss that. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Too low?
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Monday?
Okay.
No.
I've been
All right. And so the
I've
plan
been
would
this
be,
way all day. Sorry, turn your volumes up.
We'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. They are done for the day. We are done. Right. For those of you just joining us, a small recap today. This morning, Dr. Resnick testified. We had a lot of technical issues. That was a problem. That was the defense's last witness. I'm not going to do a big recap on that. If you want to go see it, go to my YouTube page, Legalese123. I am still live on there right now. You can go zoom in backwards and forwards, and you can go watch that. Then we had this doctor on the stand, Avram Mack. He is the prosecution's rebuttal witness. Who and what is he rebutting? He is rebutting a variety of witnesses. He's rebutting Dr. Zeisel. He's rebutting Dr. Resnick. We're in a pissing match. Yes, we're in a pissing match between Reddington and Mack. Is it going to be lost on the jury? Absolutely. Reddington needs to rein this in. He needs to get control of this witness. He cannot ask questions. He needs to say, this is a yes or no question. Otherwise, this guy's just going to go on and on and on and on. Why? He's an expert. He loves to hear himself talk. That's what he's getting paid for. So he's just like, I'm racking up my time here. So let's go. If you guys find him credible, that's great. If you don't find him credible, that's great as well. It's up to you. I do have an issue, though, that he isn't very, very, very well versed in PPD or PPP. That's going to come back up again. Reddington's going to bring that up. And it's Reddington's job to poke holes in what he thought that Lindsay Clancy did and his resume and who he is. That's his job. Whether you like it or not, that's his job. So thank you, everybody. Let me tell you a little bit about me. There are 1,005 of you in here, 1,500 of you in here. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases, not just Lindsay Clancy. We have so much more to bring you. We're going to go into a couple of things. We're going to do Rosemary Scapiccio and all of the things happening on in Massachusetts. If you don't know, Rosemary Scapiccio is also Lindsay Clancy's civil attorney. We are also going to go into another trial after this in early September. Once Lindsay Clancy's done, you're going to have withdrawals. Our next case is going to be the Fraser Bohm case out of California. This Saturday, mark your calendars, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, I am going to be live. I'm going to give you a case catch-up on what's going to happen next in my channel, in my series, etc. Please like, follow, subscribe. I'm on Facebook at Legalese123. I'm on YouTube at Legalese123. And then, of course, TikTok, because this is where you have found me. I am not a one-trick pony, as I continue to say. When you go to my Facebook page, you will see I put motions, I put evidence, I put a whole bunch of things. I just don't sit here. I provide you receipts, timelines, etc. And speaking of timelines, law lovies, as soon as this case goes to the jury, I'm going to share my thoughts and opinions on this case. I'm going to share my timeline with you, etc. It's going to blow your mind. So, those of you who are just new here, if you have not followed and liked, please, 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 please do. Liking the stream gets it out to other people. Other people recognize that we're here for facts and not fiction, and that I bring it to you completely straight. I also break down the law for you. So if you want to see what Lindsay Clancy is potentially going to be charged with and what that means, you can go to my Facebook page. I wrote a huge, huge thing on this. Go and read it. I also posted a motion that was back in October that is very telling as well. Thank you. Our community just teared up. Woohoo, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, law lovies. We're going to take a quick breath, and then I'm going to answer your questions. See, that's the other thing that I do is I go through and I answer your questions. The number one thing I want you to know about our community is we are a very welcoming community. We respect one another's opinions. We may not agree. At the end of this, you might not agree with my opinion. I might not agree with yours. That's okay. That's what makes us human, right? But maybe we'll agree on the next one. I know this is a heated battle that one person is on one side and one person's on the other side. It's okay. It's going to be just fine. But the number one thing I need to tell you is that this is a great community. We are supporting other people who might be in a situation like this. It might be your sister, your brother, your aunt, your mother, you. It might be you. You might be having a baby. You might know someone who's having a baby. You might know somebody who had a baby. Or just in general, you might be having some mental health issues. We are here for you. You are being seen. You're being heard. Our chat is very receptive to you. If you have any thoughts, questions, opinions, also you're sharing your experiences. Some of you have been on the same medications that Lindsay's were, and you're doing just fine. Some of you have not. Some of you were on this medication, and it did the same thing to you. Your experiences matter. You matter. So, if you are feeling anything, if you have any of these symptoms, having any problems or whatever, please, please, please go reach out to someone, right? If we could just help one person, because at the end of the day, what does this all mean? 3 children are no longer with us. If it's possible that she would have reached out to somebody, could they or anybody else have saved them, right? So if I'm talking to you and I'm reaching out to you and you need help, please tell somebody in the chat, go call 911, go tell your friend, your neighbor, anybody who you think will listen to you, because if it could just save one life, then we've done our job, right? And that's why I bring this to you, okay? All right, everybody, let's get to your questions. Everybody over here on YouTube, if you're here and you're just new and whatever, please like and subscribe. You can click on your TV, the like button, and then there's some subscribey things too. Or if you're watching it on your phone, it's very important it gets the thing out. Do juries really not look at anything? Sturf, they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to watch, see, or hear anything. And I have to tell you, a lot of the times when they go and do juror interviews, they take this seriously. Why? Because you swore an oath to the judge that you were going to take this seriously and you weren't going to do those things. Do you want to be the one that causes a mistrial? So that's another thing that can cause a mistrial, is that if a jury sits on the jury and they know things that they're not supposed to know, mistrial, then we got to do this all over again. So jurors take it very seriously. Think about you. If you were on this jury, I know each and every one of you would take this very, very seriously. Jennifer said, oh, you do agree, but it finally lost you and you picked up your phone. Sorry. I don't know if that's soda that she used to help squelch her cough. And I don't know if it was the court reporter who did the opening up the can. I guess we could go back and look, but yes, somebody cracked the can. That was amazing. The judge was very pissy today and a little bit biased. Yes, he was calling out this witness. Do jurors stay home or do they stay in the hotel? Thank you, Epster. The jurors go home. They are not sequestered. And by the way, so yes, if you guys want to, I have my gifts open. It is the Notebook and Pen Fund. When you guys ask me questions, I write down notes. I have receipts, timelines, etc. So it's for my notebook fund. I already blew through this one. I will show you how thick it is that I blew through this one. I don't know if you can see. Look how this is thick. I blew through it with all of my notes. And I put it in the timeline, etc., that I will share with you. And also, I need some new pens because pens I have might not go. What did the hot mic pick up? There was one that I heard that said something about, go to sidebar. And then there was another one, I didn't hear it. So if anybody else knows about the second one, let me know. Yes, the judge was worried that he needed to leave at 4 o'clock so that he could go and go golfing. I'm just joking. All right, I'm going to go up to go down in the chat. So here we go. Buckle up. And we're not done yet, everybody. We're not done. Everybody who's on here, if you go ahead and like, and also spam the chat with FYP. Spam the chat with your FYP. We'll see if we can get any more people in here because I will answer your questions. All right, Reddington needs to stop arguing about things that he knows zero about. What is she facing if found guilty? When she goes to jail? It has to be hashtag FYP. I don't know if it's just FYP. Hashtag FYP. I don't know if that works or not. Mary used it yesterday. Who knows? So thank you. That's the only time I allow you to spam the chat, right? And I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate all of the hearts that you're giving. I appreciate all of your messages, all of the gifts. Some of you are sending me messages on TikTok. I will go and read them today. Today's been your favorite day, Jay. None of Reddington's experts have treated PPP patients. This doctor at least has treated multiple patients with PPP. Well, he only did 10. And I would have to go back and look and see what Resnick did. I think I'd have to go back and look and see Resnick's resume and Dr. Zeisel's with PPP. I want to say Dr. Zeisel did as well because I do know that he treated Kelsey Fitzsimmons, who had PPP as well. Team U Psychiatrists, thank you for giving me a follow. Cold hard facts. Did anyone catch when this guy slipped and said, Jesse, I don't know if I'm going to get back to you. Does anyone know if Patrick testified today? Nope, nope. Patrick's not coming to testify. Everybody, no more Patrick. Yay, because what Reddington did today. Will the witness come back on Monday? Yes, this witness is not done. Reddington is still in the middle of cross-examination. He will come back. You don't know how he kept saying, I think. Exactly. You're an expert. It's I know or you don't know. So that is definitely true. Yes, Patrick is not testifying. All right. He tried to own the questions. They really messed him up. Timu psychologist, psychiatrist, psychologist. He's actually a psychiatrist, just FYI, he's a psychiatrist. Let's see. Y'all can hear me. We already got through that. So the defense had more people. Caitlin, the defense had Dr. Resnick this morning, and they have rested. Therefore, there are no more witnesses in the defense case. There are 3 people for the prosecution. This Dr. Mack, who's coming back, Dr. Halgren, and then I don't know who else. I will look to see if we can find out who that might be. This was awesome today. Uncle Fester, you guys kept saying that. I could get that. You're over the background noise. The coughing was a lot. Big Red did his thing. Will the defense have more people? I already answered that. Trisha has watched my live for 200 minutes. Thank you, Trisha. Hello and welcome. You can hear me as well. Not too low. Are they going to continue the cross-examination with this guy on Monday? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. No, I'm just fine. Thank you. You hear me clearly. All right, you guys, we have not reached my gift goal today. So if anybody would like to go ahead and offer something, please do. Epster, thank you so much. Anna Morgan, please. Thank you. Dee, Amanda, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's over until Monday. Yes, we are done. We'll be back on Monday morning. So does that doctor does not have an active license to practice in Massachusetts? I assume that he does. But I think he let the one in, I think, Maryland or something go. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kiss. I appreciate it. I wonder if he'll stay in Boston for the weekend or go back again. Well, guess what, taxpayers? You're paying either way, so it's up to you. When Resnick pulled up page 169 for Reddington, he didn't expect that. Will I be live over the weekend? Yes, Darlene. Check your spaces. I'm going to be back this Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to focus on what's next after Lindsay Clancy because I've got to do some catch up. We're going to talk about Alex Murdaugh. We're going to talk about some of the other cases that I am covering to get you guys set for the next thing. And we'll do a little bit of Lindsay Clancy, but not a lot. So was the private investigator a rumor? Trashley, I don't know what you're talking about. You actually don't understand how TikTok gifts works. Just Julie. TikTok gifts, it costs money. It does cost money. You have to get the coins. It's down below, and then you get the coins, and then the coins then convert into giving a gift. If you can't give a gift and you don't want to spend the money, don't do it. Just like the stream and just tappity tap, tap, tap. Give me 100 likes, right? I appreciate whatever anybody is able to do. No, he said he doesn't have a license in Massachusetts anymore. Okay, well, thank you. I missed that because I was doing something else. Yes, our community just teared up. Darlene has watched my live for 200 minutes. Thank you so much. They have rested for the day. No, the defense rested. And that means they're just done with the rebuttal witnesses. Remember, there's going to be 3 witnesses for rebuttal. Hopefully we get done on Monday, but who knows? TMU psychiatrist is currently crying in his car. If one thing changes, I hope the court starts requiring decent mics for Zoom calls. She's guilty, lock her up. Is Monday closing arguments? DeEva, no. Mary says, please grab a daily heart. Me if you can. This witness destroyed the defense. Lock her up. It's no longer active. Can they strike his testimony? it has to be within the moment. If he's non-responsive, that's what Reddington needs to do. He needs to start getting this guy under control. As you can see, he likes to talk, just like me. He likes to talk. So Reddington can say, all right, like he can shut him down nicely. He hasn't been nice today. He can shut him down and say, okay, and then move on to the next question. And if the guy doesn't stop, then the judge will admonish him, just kind of like they did. It's a little bit too much. What is my latest goal? Trisha, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. My gifts goal? My gifts goal says 5,620. I'm only at 3,549. I don't know if that's what you're asking. All right, thank you. Take care. Bye, Darlene. I hope there is a medical coder on the jury. Not only that, but so do you guys think that Reddington going deep with this guy about the DSM-5 and the lack of knowledge about PPD, PPP in the DSM-5, which is what this guy is going off of, as you can know, is he playing to the 12 women in the jury? Darlene, send me the galaxy. Do you guys know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of Doctor Who. You guys let me know if you know about Doctor Who. So do you remember like in Doctor Who? Oh no, it wasn't the Doctor Who. It was Men in Black. It was Men in Black. And they had like the galaxy was in the like locket of the person who was wearing some like necklace or something. That's what it reminds me of. But it also reminds me of Doctor Who as well. And by the way, did you guys, if you are Doctor Who fans, did you know that the Pawns, if you know who the Pawns are, they're having a podcast? If you guys want to know, I will put it in the chat. They're having a podcast. It's going to be fabulous. If you know, you know. I want to know what I thought about the psychiatrist. If you already went over, you missed it. So Farah, that's a good question. So I thought he was really good for the prosecution to begin with. Now that Reddington's coming in, he's kind of shredding him, but he is losing the point. So Reddington needs to regroup, and he needs to go over and kind of stop challenging this guy so much and like being, I call it like a pissing match. He needs to get to the point. You said this, you said that, this is that. Get to the point, and then that will be much nicer. He needs to wrap into a bow with us. Resnick was trained by Freud. Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. A doctor that treats kids. What does he know about PPP? Penny, that's a great question, and that is why Reddington brought it up. So if you got that point, the jury's got that point. Is that a point that they're going to stick with? Thank you. Thank you so much. 6 Reese's. I hope I got that right. 1 doctor in the jury, and Red loses the case. It depends on what kind of a doctor it is, right? If it's a psychologist or psychiatrist, perhaps maybe. When he made him explain his explanation of when he said she don't want to take her meds. Yes, okay, I have that down as well. So here's the problem. Both Reddington and him are getting hooked up on semantics about words. When Reddington said, did you investigate? He's like, I didn't investigate. I'm not an investigator. And when a person gets hooked on words, and I told you words matter, he can't let that go. He can't let that go. And so he's challenging, this is where the pissing match comes into, he's challenging Reddington like, I'm not an investigator. And he does come a little bit arrogant, but again, experts are supposed to, right? You're an expert, you're on the stand, that's what you're getting paid the big bucks for. But I do want to go back to the fact what he said was, what was it? I wrote it down. Resistant to medication. Okay. Again, semantics and words. Is resistant a terrible word? According to Reddington, I think he felt yes. I wouldn't say resistant is the word I would look for. I think she was more hesitant, right? Hesitant to take the medication as the Zoloft for the breastfeeding. But again, you guys, I stated this many, many, many times. She was hesitant to take any of the medication. Every time she took something, she did eventually take things. Then she would go back and question the doctor. This isn't working. That's not working. This isn't working. And then she would change things up. So hesitant, resistance, I think maybe is a strong word. And I think that is where they were fighting over. They need to stop fighting about words and start fighting about facts, right? Is there any chance she didn't do it? Jules, she already said she did it. She stipulated to the facts that she did it. And then also they stated all day today that she did it. So, and if you don't believe me, go to my Facebook page, read the motions that I posted. You will see for yourself, especially the civil case. You know what is wild if he treats kids bipolar diagnosis is basically non-existence in kids. The system failed her. Could Patrick come back? No. I think Red is giving the same energy the DA gave his witness. Ivana, good point. Well, he showed he wasn't qualified and he was paid, and that he is for info online. Not sure what that meant. Maybe Reddington needs a little devil's lettuce. I thought that was a great witness. Got the defense attorney flustered. Live goal. Oh, Trish, you want to know what my live goal is? I'm not sure what that means. If somebody on TikTok can answer Trisha or answer me, I don't know what that means. Where is it though? Oh, where's my live goal? So above my head is a funding bar. That's what it is. If somebody could, am I right? You guys just let her know. Somebody answer her. I hope I answered you. I'm still new to TikTok. I don't know all the ins and outs, so I could be wrong. Thank you. She got the details wrong. Oh my gosh, look at me. Ooh, look at me. Look how cool. That's so cool, Darlene. That is so cool. Oh, Tesla, did you send that to me? That's so cool. All right. Thank you. There you go, Trisha. You did it. Yay. Sorry, Trisha. Thank you. You did it. Yay. I'm new to TikTok, so I don't know all the ins and outs. Oh, Darlene sent another one. Thank you. Oh, we're almost there, you guys. Brenton was arguing the coding reference tools with the doctor, and that's how coding is done. Well, there you go. I know I've seen a lot of people in here talking about coding and stuff. If there's a coder on the jury, they might be able to use their experience to tell them that Reddington was wrong. Reddington spoiled his case. Tesla, yes, you sent me the otter. Thank you. My favorite part was making you crack up during the witnesses. I know, you guys, you can't make me laugh. I'm trying to be serious here. I wasn't sure why Reddington was so adamant on the bipolar stuff when she wasn't diagnosed until after the M. No, actually, Charles BX Gelada said she thought she was bipolar, and Patrick said no, she's not. So she wasn't wholeheartedly diagnosed, but she did bring it up, and then now she has to go with that diagnosis, right? Because now she's in the hospital and she has to go with what they say. Her diagnosis, oh my gosh, I love that. That's so cool. Thank you, Darlene. Her diagnosis, someone can experience hallucinations and hearing voices without psychotic episodes. And Christy, that's why you're here. You guys are amazing. You guys have the goods. You work in the field for 10 years and have an autoimmune disease myself, and it's super hard. Trust me. Tate says, I'm a medical coder and Reddington is dead wrong. Well, TT, maybe you need to go and tell him. You can call him up. I can give you his phone number. ICD 10 codes had me shaking my head. She hasn't set up, specific gift goals. Oh. Do I not? Is this thing atop of me, not my specific gift goals? Huh. Someone's going to have to give me a lesson in TikTok. What do I think about today? I've already gone over that today. I understand, but Reddington was very hung up on the bipolar discussion with Resnick. Yes, he was. What do I think? Think L got details of crime wrong. Cops left small details out when they told her how. What do I think? L got details crime wrong. Be early. I am not sure what you're asking. Why do I think L got details of the crime wrong? Cops left small details out when they told her how. I'm not following you, love. You're going to have to be more specific. Do you feel like the witness was connecting major depressive disorder to bipolar? Well, that is a good question, Haley. I don't know for sure. Because they kept going round and round and round and round. And I'm just like, okay. You have to meet certain markers and from different lists to get specific diagnosis. What would happen if you just called Reddington up? You're not going to get him. You're going to get his answering machine. I'm working in billing. What would y'all like to know? Jenny, tell us everything. Tell us everything. I mean, he tried to get TikTokers in before. Absolutely. Absolutely. Did Reddington get the coding wrong? If so, explain. Jenny's going to explain it to us here in just a few minutes. So how was she at 82 degrees? They explained that because when she found she had all those fractures and stuff. That's what Dr. La Posada said. And to be honest with you guys, I'm waiting for the prosecution to come back and explain that. So until the prosecution comes back, I'm going with Dr. La Posada. She didn't know that the door was locked or screen gone. DA brought it up today. Oh, okay. Well, you have to remember two things can be true at the same time. First of all, she's being interviewed in 2026, right? And is your memory clearer then than it is now? So I take these things with a grain of salt. And then the screen. Are these big things of contention? She's already admitted to doing it with the children. So are these the hills that we're going to die on? Are these the things we're going to fight about? I don't know. And it would have been great if someone had educated Red on how diagnosis in the DSM works. Jenna, go call him up. Tell him you're an expert. I think she's referring to the door locked and cut through the window. She says she didn't, I think. Yeah, I got that. You can have major depression with bipolar systems. How do you know she was 82 degrees? Didn't the doctor say that? Dr. La Posada explained it in a spinal cord injury. Go back and watch that testimony. You can go back to my page. When was it, you guys? Dr. La Posada testified. We're on Friday, Thursday. Was it Wednesday? I think she testified on Wednesday. The cold saved her, actually. Okay, Molly says ICD-10 CM codes are for billing purposes. They are not from the DSM. I think I read that already, but hopefully everybody understands that. I don't because I'm not a coder. I really want to know how there's not a scratch or bruise from that fall. Well, we need to get that information from somebody, right? Okay, we're moving on. I'm sure she has interviewed for so many times she would remember. Well, if you're in the jury and you're hung on that, then there you go. The prosecutor's questioning was so boring today. I actually did your work. DSM is outdated. He pulled the Bible out on that man. The DSM will compel you to answer my questions in the manner with which I pose them to you. Yes, but you have to have manic episodes to be bipolar. Well, you see, here is the end round, right? Is she bipolar? Is she manic? Is she depressive? He said she just has major depression anxiety, right? So he said she's not manic. But then everybody else is like, well, she has bipolar. So she must have been manic. Do you see the teeter-totter that we're on? I have no expect here. I just often advocate for families in court as much as possible. Jenna, you're doing great. You can't just have major depression. There has to be some manic or hypomanic. That's the teeter-totter. Oh, guys, hang on. I got to do a puzzle. Hold on. TikTok's requiring me, says, there we go. I had to put a piggy together. She did it. She did. A sexist man thinks running a 5K just after giving birth. Yeah, it's because psychologists consider a soft science. You can get 10 people and none of them have the AJ. I hope I can get the rest of your question. The experts keep saying she has this and that, but never got diagnosed. So, oh, and the feed jumped. Sorry, everybody. Yes, you're absolutely right. So here is the problem. And this is what the defense is trying to tell you. Look, she went to this doctor. She was getting this and she was getting that. And she had this and she had that. Then she went to this nurse practitioner. They said this, they said that. Then that one left. Now she's got a new one. They said this, they said that. Now, then she went to the hospital. They said this, they said that. Then now she's back to where she is. And that is their crux of this. They say she was misdiagnosed. But I do want to emphasize, when Gelada said, you might be bipolar, they did not agree with her. They, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, didn't agree, even though Lindsay Googled bipolar, right? And all of her other things, right? So, in lies the question. In lies the question. But at the end of it, everybody, right? What's the end goal here? The end goal is Lindsay Clancy admitted to doing it. She stipulated to doing it. And even today, there was a whole bunch of talk about her doing it. Was she in a hypomanic postpartum? I'm going to put it all in there. Was she in a hypomanic postpartum, post PPD, PPB, hypomanic, manic, bipolar, psychosis at the time that she committed these offenses? And if so, and you wholeheartedly believe that, and you find that she is insane at the time that she did it, then she goes to the hospital. If you do not think that, if you think, nope, even though she was misdiagnosed and she had this, but she didn't have that, and she wasn't hearing voices, and she wasn't this, and she wasn't that, and you do not agree with that at all, she goes to jail. She wanted the help, but never got 100% accepted. Experts can only go off what they are told. Absolutely. And that is also a factor. So see, you guys, thank goodness we're not on the jury. I don't want to be on the jury, right? I don't want to be on the jury. I'm still teeter-tottering. Every day I'm like, one day I'm like leaning one way, and then the next day I'm leaning the other way. So Liz wants to be on the jury. Liz, I already know what you're doing. You made yourself clear as day. Liz is one of my moderators, so she can write it in Liz says, lock her up. I'm not going to judge someone on something I don't understand completely. And to Eva, there you go. So you would be on the side of put her in the mental hospital. Today you lean to the other way. D1, wait, darling, wait. We still have a whole day of testimony to go to. And then in the end, I told you guys, as the judge stated today, we need to wait for those jury instructions. We need to know exactly what she's going to be charged with for us to really fully impact what our decision is going to be. I think I'd pick up drinking if I was on the jury. You might. I love for the prosecutors have an opportunity to show the crime scene pictures. They might in the end when they go give their closing statements. Liz doesn't throw away the key too. I knew he was biased. B, I don't know who's biased. I wouldn't want to be on this jury. Yep. There's 12 women and 6 men so far on the jury, but you guys, in the end, remember, there are 18 jurors. 6 of them are going to be yeeted. So we do not know what the end makeup is going to be until they yeet the other juries, and then we'll know. So just because there's 12 women might not remain 12 women. Some of those women might go. It might be 6 men, 6 women. You never know. And how do they do that? Typically, it's like bingo, right? They put whatever your juror number is, they put it in a hat or bingo balls, and they pick it out, and then That's how they choose which jurors stay and which jurors go, just in case you wanted to know. I'd go with Doc that did Dalmatian. Sandra, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Psychology is considered a soft science. We already talked about that. Peanuts agrees with you. You thought 18. No, in the end, 12 jurors get to decide this case. I love being in the judgment zone, but my goodness, if it was for real, you don't know how you'd handle it. Well, here's the other thing, Tesla. You get to go and talk to your other fellow jurors, and they will help you, guide you through their thought process. But I do want to remind you guys of something. If you are ever on a jury and you feel strongly about one way or the other, you go ahead and stick to your guns. Now, it might prolong how long you're on that jury, but if you have very strong feelings, don't let somebody else talk you out of your feelings. You can stick to your guns. You can be the one holdout that says, "Nuh-uh, no way, I'm not going to vote with you." And that's your prerogative, because that's your right as a citizen of the United States. That's my speech. Is it like bingo? Yes, it is. Dr. Mack biased with the resist meds statement, read disapproved. He sure did, but that was, we talked about that semantics. Red proved the witness was biased, instructed by DA when they knew about the CI charge? C1 charge? Are you talking about the criminality charge? My God, the more I listen to how this process is done, the more gagged you are. So 6 jurors have gone through this for nothing? Yes. So here's what could happen. There are 2 scenarios that could happen. Each court is different. If you become an alternate, that's what you're called. You're an alternate. You won't know until the end when the case goes, and we'll see that happen live. If you are an alternate, the judge could actually take the 6 people. The 12 will go into the jury room and deliberate. He could take those 6 people and put them in a separate room in case something happens to one of the 12. Then the one will be plucked out of, if it's one person, that one will be plucked out of the other room, and then they'll go to the jury, and the jury has to start all over. I kid you not. I kid you not. The other thing that they could do, and it's an either or, so we'll see what this court does. They could get the 12 and release the rest of the 6 of them and say, "Thank you for your service. You've done your duty. Goodbye." And then they get to go home, and then they could go talk about it, right? But they can't, well, if they exchange numbers with the other people, I suppose they could talk about it, but they cannot talk to the jurors who are in the jury room. Only the jurors in the jury room can talk. And even on the day, if they are still talking and they go home, they can't talk about it to anybody else. Nobody else. They still can't read or anything. They can't discuss the case. The only time they can discuss the case is when all 12 of them are together in the jury room. It's a lot. It's a lot. Seriously, they pick it at random. That's scary. They do. Yes. They say bipolar can be diagnosed in children, but you had children that showed docs. Can it be? I don't know what you're saying. I put 18 when you said a different number, but then continued. I'm aware it's 12. That's right. 12 is the end number. Your guns are getting real cold here. Sounds like there is too much left up to the roll of the dice. Well, that's the way our system works, everybody. That's how it works. I'm pretty set on my view of this case. She is not insane at the time of the crime. Well, Tootie, thank you. He wasn't registered to diagnose her in Massachusetts, hired to investigate. That is a very good point. Thank God for letting them see. What happened today in a nutshell? It's the battle of the experts, Amy. Dr. Resnick came on the stand and talked about several different ways you can commit filicide, which is a parent who unalives their children. And Lindsay Clancy falls out of 2 out of the 5. And basically he just explained why she did what she did. Go back and watch his testimony. And then the defense rested, And then the prosecution had one out of the 3 of the rebuttal witnesses they're going to bring on, Mr. Mack, and it was heated today. It was fire today. If there's anything you need to go watch, you should watch Reddington's Cross. It happened after lunch today. It was really, really good. What do I think about the prosecutors, experts? If you explained this already, sorry, Bert, I think I did. It's a pissing match right now. So he did really good for the prosecution. I really liked what he had to say. The defense is poking holes in some of that, but we're losing the point after this pissing match about words. Can you please tell everyone why she can't be declared fully innocent? Jose, she already stipulated to the facts. What that means is she said she did it. So it's not an innocent case. It's not she's going to go free. It's not a whodunit. It's not guilty versus not guilty in a regular case. They don't have to prove that she did it. She said she did it. It is the manner. Is she criminally responsible for her actions? If she's criminally responsible for her actions and she wasn't mentally incapacitated, jail. If she was criminally responsible, but she lacked the mental ability to know right from wrong, because they talked about that today, then she goes to the hospital. She goes to the mental hospital. Either way, she's not walking around to Plymouth in her wheelchair. My mom was on jury in Canada one time and the case got thrown out. Well, that sounds like a very fun case. At least he got the part about the women's health. 6 jurors just there for the yep. And they don't know it just yet. You won't know it until after closing arguments and after the judge gives the instructions. So you have to sit there and listen to everything. It's going to be long. I think if everything goes well, it's going to be on Tuesday. But you guys, don't come for me if it's not on Tuesday. This court just does whatever the court wants to do. Your husband was an alternate on a trial and he had to wait in the hallway for days. Yes, so that could happen. Yeah. Dan does not cover everyone as well. I'll react different to meds. Okay. Diva says, I'm over 200K. Thank you so much. What happened today? I already went over that. She literally had no other motive apart from a psychotic episode. I think I'm going to dress up like a Salem witch for Halloween. We'll see forever. Some people have made some really great costumes for you. You could dress up like with clowns with bows in your hair. People will know exactly what that means. Or some people dressed the girls up like the twins in The Shining. I did post that. So that's also an option. Experts, more opinionated. They are. They're getting paid for that, though. They're making the money. They're calling the pink supporters witches. Oh. It was heated. His argument that saying go with God proves no psychosis doesn't track logically. Well, you guys, so that is where they say, did she knowingly and willingly and have the capacity to know right from wrong when she did these things, right? And that is what the prosecutor got to today. She did this. She did that. We got some more context clues, you guys, today that apparently, and we don't know what's true or not, the prosecutor testified that she was holding Callan, and she testified that that's what was reported out, that she was holding Callan and essentially going through the refrigerator when Patrick called. But we do know that she took Dawson down to the basement first, did Dawson, and then we do know that Cora and Callan were next. And we also found out that Dawson was face down. So those are the spoiler alerts. If you didn't hear that this morning, those were the facts. And if you don't think those are the facts, I can point you to where those facts are, because we do facts here, not fiction. Pissing match is a good analogy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hopefully Lindsay follows through with what she's on watch for and her supporters. Why did Reddington try to show that watch and the phone could have been operated by someone else? See forever. I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to point out there. I think what he was just trying to say was that the Apple Watch data in and of itself cannot be reliable. So when Ian Whiffin's on the stand and he's talking about the watch and it pairing up with the phone, he's just trying to poke holes in that theory. And I think he was just saying, see, look, the Apple Watch was moving the next day and she didn't even have it on. So how can you be a reliable witness when it comes to the Apple Watch? I think that's what we're supposed to glean from that. Nah, it's a whodunit. Okay. She can be found innocent. Do they have to prove? I'm not sure what you're saying. Okay. I hope she has genuine remorse for what she's done, honestly. Well, either she's putting on a good show in the courtroom by crying when they're talking about the kids and the crime scene and all those things and the bands and et cetera. She could be faking. You guys, she could be faking. When the prosecutors brought up the fact that she was celebrating the kids' birthdays or the anniversary of these things, and she was in her hospital room with her mother, and she brought food and they were playing games. The prosecution and doing marathons down the hallway, the prosecution's making it sound like she's having fun being in the hospital and kind of sending a message to the jurors that, hey, listen, if you send her in the hospital, this is what's going to happen. She's going to have a really good time. And on those days of the anniversaries where these things are happening, she's supposed to be showing remorse, but she's having a party. Again, you have to take things with a grain of salt. This person who's on the stand only spent a day and a half with her. He's not with her on those days in her shoes. Who knows? She could have boo-hooed and cried all day, and then when her mom came, she was okay. But the prosecution also said, look at all the notes from her caregivers and stuff. She's not crying every day. Again, it's a teeter-totter. It's a teeter-totter. Okay, no, they also have to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So, yes, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was criminally responsible and she did it with malice and forethought. How's that? Are disabled prisoners treated differently than like ADA accommodating? So there are some people on here who says yes. So if you have a health crisis and you're in prison, I assume they have to do their best to do the ADA standards, but we all know that prisons in and of itself barely are doing the somewhat standard recommendations for prisoners themselves, let alone people that have a disability. If you know, you know. But it's committed for life. I missed the last half of the day. Any recaps? I just went over a whole bunch of stuff. Then why did the judge tell the jurors that they have to determine if she committed the act? Girl, I'm not going to get into that with you. My suggestion is let's put a pin in that and let's come back at the end when the judge gives the instructions, and then that's the final end of it all, and then we can pick that apart at that time. That's crazy. I will definitely try to get out of every jury from now on. So you guys, when I was in Boston and I was on this jury, the people I worked with were like, get out of jury duty, get out of jury duty. You guys, you know what? You fill out the application for the jury duty, and you know what they did? They looked at my application and put me on the jury. They didn't even ask me one question. So was I supposed to lie on my jury form and say something like, and I didn't even know what the case was. You don't know until you get there. Are you supposed to lie on your form? I didn't even get asked one question to try to get out of it. So good luck. And if you lie in your jury form and they find out, that could be a criminal offense. All right, that's crazy. All right, I had no idea they did that. I don't understand. The fact that we force people to listen to the whole trial and trust their judgment is wild. Exactly, but welcome. You have a photo of the evil stepsisters in Cinderella. One has a bow in her hair. We certainly got more context. Okay, good. The prosecutors did well today. If they are twins, then Lindsay is the Does Patrick have a twin brother? I don't think so, but I don't know for sure, and I'm not speculating. The last part of the day felt like an episode of mental and verbal wrestling. It was, and there was a lot of psychological lingo in there. And, I got to tell you that if the jurors get put off by it, then they get put off about it. Any conclusions on the statement a first responder made that someone said the child was hanging? Okay,
Andrea, I answered this question before, but I'll answer it again. You guys have to understand that several other cities were coming to be dispatched to this location. They had Pembroke and in Kingston and some other places. I can't tell you off the top of my head. It's the game of telephone. You know the game of telephone. You go and tell somebody something, and then somebody tells something. And at the end, they have to repeat what was said. And at the end, it's not exactly what you said. So it's a possibility that they got it wrong somewhere in the dispatch. That's my thoughts and opinions on that. I'm not putting anything more into that. Okay, this is a crazy statement, but think that she should take the stand. Jaybird, the defense is already rested. She's not going to take the stand. So no. The fact that she was using yellow exercise band during her physio. So Tesler, two things can be true at the same time. When she's doing the physical therapy, the therapist might have been like, here, do this and use this. Could Lindsay at the time say, no, I do not want to do an exercise band ever, and then go ballistic, right? That's what I think of that. Are the jurors allowed to talk amongst themselves or not until finishing the arguments? They are not allowed to talk about this case whatsoever until they receive the case. So this is what's going to happen. If Tuesday, if I can predict this, where's my crystal ball? Don't come for me. You asked, I'm speculating. Crystal ball is going to tell us on Tuesday. They will have closing arguments. The prosecution gets up first, the defense gets up, and then prosecution can go again. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Then the judge is going to give them a lengthy instructions, all of the law that they need to consider. Listen to that very carefully. And if I can get my hands on that, I will show you. Okay? What is most likely going to happen? It's possible that the jury might get this at lunchtime on Tuesday, depending upon how long he expects the prosecutors and the attorneys to talk. If he lets them just go on and go on and go on, we can be here all day. If he gives them a time frame and says, and you each have an hour, then it's going to be cut down. The jury instructions themselves are going to be about 45 minutes to an hour. I kid you not. You're going to hear Judge Sullivan read the law. Then they probably go back and so they get the case. They might have lunch. Then they have to wait for all of the evidence from the courtroom to go back to them because they get to look at the evidence. Then the judge is going to give them the instructions to read amongst themselves, and then they start deliberating. Will we have a verdict on Tuesday? No. Unless, stranger things have happened, but I hope not. I hope that the jurors will take the time to look through the evidence and at least take some time to do that. All right, I hope I answered that question. She's an actress playing all for you, but some defense doctors didn't even meet her. Which one, Cynthia? Because I thought they all talked to her. I see the anniversary visits as a parent wanting to comfort their child. To be fair, on those one-on-one sheets, you only have to check what you observed. Crying isn't on there. There you go. A moment in 15 minutes, not the whole 15 minutes. Yes, mental hospitals, they eat good, cake, cupcakes, good salads, sodas, drinks, machines. She can't afford it. Well, I did say she was eating very well, so she was eating snacks and stuff. They did state that today. I was on the first degree M case and I loved it. Well, there you go. You got out of jury 4 years ago. I wanted to be a lawyer when I was little, but this case made it clear it's not for. Well, Tesla, you can be any different kind of lawyer. You don't have to be a defense lawyer. You can pick and choose what you want. Perjury is almost never prosecuted. It isn't, but in the Karen Reed case, it was. In the Karen Reed case, it wasn't, okay, the girl was on a federal grand jury, and she told people, you're not supposed to talk on a federal grand jury, and she told someone, and she got in trouble. She got like a slap on the wrist, but she got in trouble. Y'all are tripping over how they do jury duty. Geez. You can very, very rarely get out of jury duty in the UK unless you are, it looks like a skull and crossbone. I wasn't on the stand today, but the way Mr. Reddington asked those questions made my heart racing. It sure did. You love telephone.
In your opinion, I believe she's not guilty, but because a civil case is pending, a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity's important. Reddington will be back. I don't know what 4PL means. I got jury duty 2 months after I turned 18. The Paulina Zells and Christine Holt case. Brutal. Oh, were you on Summer Dawn? Were you on that case? Did she really say basement while being injured? I'm not sure what you're asking there. Chances for a full acquittal. Well, if it's a hung jury, right? Not a full acquittal. I don't think so. I think my thoughts are they're going to go hospital, or they're going to go guilty, or they're going to split and it's going to be hung. Those are the choices. I guess I didn't commit to either one. We'll go over what I think is going to happen as soon as we're done. I still need to hear from the rest of these witnesses. She's guilty of sin. You got out of jury after letting the judge know that you had depression and that you were a DV survivor. Andrea, that could very well go to the crux of whatever case you were watching. So Monday off again, no peanuts. We'll be back here on Monday morning. Kevin has said she knows she did it. Well, there you go. The prosecution witness said, I believe, or in my opinion, Reddington wanted him to state facts. Absolutely. Or say, I don't know, and which he wouldn't do. And that is the thing. He needs to say, I don't know. Lindsay is guilty. No court Monday? No, there's court Monday. Monday morning, 9 a.m. Lindsay is guilty. I was on jury so long, we gave each other family assignments. Still in touch with some. Oh, Michelle, that's so great. I mean, not great that you had jury duty, but great that you found your people. Golden V says, yes, they did. They met together, which shouldn't be allowed. Did we get through rebuttal witnesses? No, Jen. We're only on rebuttal witness 1. Oh, thank you so much. Did I hit my goals yet? No, not yet. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For your understanding, they're trying to figure out if she did it while on psychosis or not. That's kind of a bottom line. I'm incredibly biased. I'll never be on a jury. Lists with opinions like that? Heck no. But you see, you know what, Liz? Oh, that's so cute. Thank you, Darlene. I love the otter. Liz would actually be a very, very, very good juror. You would be. I'd be a family lawyer, so I get the tea on divorces. Yeah. How can anyone believe she's not guilty? Well, remember, in this chat, we're kind, and there are people on both sides of the fence. There's still some people still in Switzerland, and it's their opinion. You don't have to agree with their opinion. Doesn't mean that we're going to be unkind to each other, because that is the way the world turns, right? Somebody likes a red coat and somebody likes a black coat, and you don't have fisticuffs over that somebody's wearing red or black. She's saying, how was Lindsay talking to Patrick when he found her outside? I'm talking about the telephone call. When the phone call came in, she had the prosecution asked the question, did she have Callan on her hip and going through the refrigerator when the kids already had snacks? I don't know exactly what she was trying to go with that. What do I think the prosecution waited for their experts? I think it hurt them. No, I think they're trying to backdoor things. And if you know, you know. If you watch Big Brother, they're trying to backdoor things. So what they're doing, it's a strategy. They're bringing on their experts as a rebuttal to break down the experts that the defense did. But the defense doesn't have a chance to bring on any other experts to rebut their experts. Does that make sense? Because it's the Commonwealth case. They're the ones that brought it. So they're the ones that get to run how they want the show to go. So that's what I think. So, and besides that, you guys, I need them to clarify about how Lindsay went out of the window. This guy said he was about ready to say she jumped out of the window. And Reddington's like, did she jump? Did she jump? So I don't know. I need to know how she got her injuries. A hung jury would mean we start all over again or they have a plea bargain. Yes. Linda, if a hung jury is they all can't agree. They need to be unanimous. If they're a hung jury, it's going to take a couple of days before a hung jury happens. We'll go into that if and when that happens. If then the judge declares it a hung jury, it's a mistrial. If it's the prosecution needs to decide they're going to try this case again, or maybe they'll talk to each other and there will be a plea deal. I believe her defense and say she's guilty. To the comment about eating disorder. Oh, was that in the reference to the beach body thing? No, I think it's because it's in the DSM, and the DSM is really weird, and that's what they're talking about, that it has to do with men and women and eating disorders, and that's what Reddington was talking about. Reddington definitely made the jury think his witness has more credibility, and that's great. I'm confused now. I thought Lindsay was being okay. I thought Lindsay has been confirmed the M, but is not guilty. Bert, it's just semantics. She will be not guilty by mental disease or defect. That's the thing. I'm going to dumb it down. That's the letter of the law. The dumb it down version is she will be found not guilty by reason of insanity. She goes to the mental hospital. I hope that clears that up. I think okay. All right, just a few more questions, guys, and then I have to go for the day. I got some more stuff to do. I mean, her own lawyer is saying she did it. What's the argument here? What do I think the ADA's waited to use the exorcism? Okay, I already did that. It hurts her case. I already answered that question. That's a good question. If I was on the jury, I would argue with them for the sake of arguing. Well, Rog, if you do that, then you're going to be there for a very long time and you're going to piss the people off, right? They're there. They, at some point in time, want it to be over with. And especially, you guys, here's the caveat. If they get this case, just remember that holiday weekend is coming up. That holiday weekend is coming up. Do you think the jury wants to get this over and done so they can go and go to their holiday weekend? Absolutely. So that also is going to play into it. This trial is like the blue and gold dress saga. Yes, 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 absolutely. You were on a jury in 2017. It was very interesting. The reporters in this courtroom said they heard Lindsay on the 911 call. There you go, Mary. Mary. By the way, everybody, there's only 378 of you in here. I'm going to pin Mary's comment. Go follow Miss Mary. Miss Mary does a panel discussion, and it's a free-for-all. Mary goes on live on Tuesdays, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. What time will you be live on this Saturday? She goes live and tell us if it's Central or wherever you are. She has a panel discussion. That means anybody and everybody can come on and you guys can discuss these issues on her panel. There are people on all sides, but I do have to tell you, she's a fact girl like me. So you have been warned, and you also must use TikTok friendly language. If you don't, you'll be yeeted. And I'm a moderator on her channel too. So I don't know if I'll be able to join Mary on Saturday because I said I'm going to be live at 3:00 on Saturday as well. And I was hoping I didn't butt up with you. So, Mary, where are you? I'm down. Mary says, thank you. Mary, tell me your hours. What are your hours of operation? So please go give Mary a like and a follow so that you guys can see when she's going to come on, etc. And by the way, I just also want to say, yes, Miss Poppins. She's not for sure yet. All right. Well, I'm going to come on at 3 Central Time just to let you know, because that's what I picked. I was trying to pick earlier in case you went on so that we didn't conflict with each other. But if we do, it'll be okay. I also want to tell you guys something as well. So those of you who support me, I'm going to go and support you. A lot of people who give gifts and stuff, I follow you back. I'm not as diligent. I need to be a little bit more diligent with that. But I just want you guys to know that you support me, I support you back, and I try to do the best that I can. So I'm still new to TikTok. I've got to figure out some TikTok-y things to go and support my girls. I'll figure that out. But how I can support Mary and Mary supports me is when I go on her channel and I if I'm a moderator or I say something, she mentions me, and I've got a whole bunch of new followers from her. So please do the same. Again, if you guys want if you want to talk and you want to get your words heard or whatever, go be on Mary's panel. Again, she goes live usually Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's usually almost after the court is over with. And then on Saturdays, she says she's not sure, but go follow her, and then you'll go see. She'll probably post it on there. What was my opinion on Reddington with the last witness? I've gone over that. He needs to stop having a pissing match, and he needs to control the witness, and he needs to get them to answer the questions. Not go on a diatribe about the inception of the DSM and how it was created in 1952. We all got a lesson on that. We're now all theological experts of the DSM. Okay. Frankie, thanks for the follow. Why is she incurring costs for her therapy if she's in prison? Well, therapists need to get paid for their time, right? They're not just going to sit there. Everybody gets paid. The people at the hospital get paid. The security gets paid, right? Do I think it was good in her favor? Do I think it was good in her favor of the defense? You're talking about today? I think the prosecution hit some really good points with their witness, Dr. Mack. I think the defense is in the weeds a little bit. They need to reel it back in. So luckily, thank goodness that Reddington has a second chance, and that I hope that he hits the points that he's trying to make, and then I'll make my assessment then. Sierra, no. You need to see if you have a copy of your DSM. Which one is it, Metalhead? Is it the DSM-5, or is it going to be the new one, DSM-6, that they're always fighting over? You sent the ghosty ghost. That was so cute. Thank you for the ghosty ghost. Let's see. Oh my goodness, you guys are so cute. Okay, there are 368 of you, 376 of you. All right, so those of you who are just joining me, hello, my name is Missy K. Welcome, 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 welcome. I am not only on TikTok, I'm on Facebook, I'm also on YouTube. If you want to join me tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time and you want to join me, we're going to do a case catch-up on other cases that I'm covering. I don't just do Lindsay Clancy. I've already got our next trial that we're going to cover already in our hot little hands. So, you guys will, yours was the DSM, is that 4? DSM 4? So tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I'm going to come on live. We're going to do what's called a case catch-up. We're going to talk about Alec Murdaugh. We're going to talk about Fraser Bone. We're going to talk about David. We're going to talk about Miles King, Rosemary Scapiccio. We're going to talk about a little bit of Lindsay Clancy and her civil cases. All of the things that I'm covering for the next month. And then you guys get a little bit of a preview of how Legalese does her channel. So if you want, you can join me over here on TikTok. I'll do my best to bring you the coverage that I can, but TikTok does not allow me to show you YouTube videos. I will get dinged. So if you want to join me live on YouTube, which is where I will be as well, please go to my YouTube page, Legalese123, like and subscribe, turn your notifications on, and I'll put the bumper up there tomorrow when I'll be starting 3 Central Time, just FYI. Also, I have a Facebook page. I post motions. I post the evidence that comes into the trial. I posted yesterday what the charges that Lindsay Clancy will be facing and what that means legally, right? Not off of vibes and not what everybody else thinks. What the legal charges are against her, potentially, and until they are set in stone, then I'll bring that to you as well. I'll also bring you if there are any other motions or anything that the lawyers are arguing here and there. As we know, Dr. Spinelli at some point in time got yeeted because speculations and vibes, she may or may not have gotten herself off of the witness list and yeeted herself by talking about things. I don't know for sure. I'm waiting to see if it comes on the docket. Missy, what does that mean?
If there is an order that she was unable to testify for whatever reasons, then the judge would have made a note of it in the docket saying she cannot testify and the reasonings to that. I want to have the legal definition before I speculate as to the who, what, where, when, how, and why when it comes to Dr. Margaret Spinelli. So if there's any motions or anything that's coming out, because they do things late and they post things late, so we'll see what comes out from there. But we will be reading motions and stuff in other cases, so you kind of get a preview of what does it take for a trial to happen. It's not you just get arrested and then you go to trial, right? Motions are legal documents that the defense and the prosecution write. They're arguing about who's going to testify, what evidence is going to come in. The prosecution states their claims, and then they talk about bail. They talk about what they're charging, etc. Then the prosecution and the defense talk to each other. And sometimes they agree, like the stipulation in this case that Lindsay Clancy said she did it. They agree, and then they write that up, and then they present it to the judge. So there is a record. There is a legal record of what happened in everybody's case. Because remember, Lindsay Clancy has a Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. So when you read the motions and you go through the court process prior to it coming to trial, you get all the tea. It is like the best drama book in the legal world ever. And you get to hear, what does the prosecution's claim? What does the defense claim? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So some of these cases will do what's called a deep dive. We'll read the motions. We'll watch the pretrial hearings. We're going to get all the tea before the case goes to trial. If it goes to trial, right? Because they could plead at any point in time. And if you don't realize that, Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model, if you know, you know, that case was out of Florida. She unalived Christian Ambaselli, her boyfriend. She did it with a She claimed that she threw it at him like a circus performer, and that's how the EEE landed on him. Prosecution said, no, honey, I'm sorry. But the experts say, oh, Liz made a poll. I don't know it just said vote on the poll. I don't know where the poll is at. I hope, oh, here it is. Okay, hang on. Oh, Liz. No, not yet, Liz. All right. Liz started a poll. I didn't want to do this just yet. Anyways, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I wasn't going to do the poll yet. I didn't want to do the poll until we got to verdict watch, love. So I'm going to stop it, okay? Because I don't want this. It's okay. You're all fine. You guys are fine. Okay. I don't want the poll coming out just yet because, you guys, we haven't heard all the evidence yet. And Liz, I appreciate it, but I want to wait until all the evidence comes in, okay? Thank you. You're fine. You're fine. So I'm going to give you all the ins and outs of the tea of certain cases. Obviously, if you have cases that you're interested in, you can send me, but I can tell you my docket is full right now, but you never know what we can pick up as we go along. So I am your legalese law nerd, law lovies, as I call you. I'm going to educate you about the law, and you're going to learn you're all going to be criminal and prosecutorial experts at the end of this year, actually by the end of this year. And y'all can go and then try your own cases, right? I'll give certificates out at the end of the year. So, because, United States is made up of a whole bunch of different cases. There are cases going on everywhere, right? So this is what I do. This is what I like to do. Yes, the Tupac case is already going on right now, and I am not involved in that, so I'm not going to hop from that to this. I've already got my docket full. So if you join me tomorrow at 3 p.m., then we will go ahead and go over what we're covering and give you a preview of the cases so you know the players, the who, what, where, when, how, and why, and who are the attorneys and what they know and what they don't know. I have not followed the Rebecca Park case. I don't know anything about that. What's the matter with women suddenly getting in male-dominated fields, unaliving each other? Well, that
that's not necessarily true because there are a lot of men cases as well. So actually, I have a whole bunch of men cases coming up. David, the singer. We've got Fraser Bohm. Who else do we have? We have Caleb Flynn, who is the American Idol guy. You guys are going to make me pull this up, aren't you? I think it's an equal opportunity disposition. So Sarah Grace Patrick is a female. Then we've got David Burke. He's a male. Alec Murdaugh is a male. Fraser Bohm's a male. Sean Johnson and Miles King are male. Raul Valley is male. David Burke is a male. So up on my docket, it's more men than women. So Bert says, see you tomorrow at 3. Thank you. Carmelo Anthony, Summer, Dawn, so I know that he's been convicted. I know he wants to go up on appeal. I know the judge got yeeted out of that case. So I don't know exactly all of what's going on with Carmelo Anthony. So I'll research him. I know that Mary knows a lot about Carmelo Anthony. So we'll see. Maybe we'll put it on the docket. Oh, you might see my pen just ran out, you guys. All right. All right, my law lovies, I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate all the gifts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kimberly, Darnell, Tanya, Darlene, Plant Girl. Oh, Plant Girl is on here. Darlene, I missed you, girl. Trisha, Tesler, and everybody. My goals, I think I made it. I don't know. I appreciate every one of you. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., check your spaces. I'll make one. Oh, I'm getting ready to go. You best be getting them roses in. I will make like a TikTok reel or something and put it up on my stories and stuff, as well as it's also on Facebook and it's also on YouTube. So if you happen to join me over on YouTube, you can sit in the waiting room. You can even type messages. And when I pop on, I see your messages before it comes up. TikTok doesn't have that, doesn't have a waiting room. It just, I'm live. So I'll be live on both spaces. Again, I'll also tell you if I'm showing a video, hop on over there. You'll be able to hear it, but you won't be able to see it unless you're over on YouTube. So that's the way it is. All right, everybody, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for joining me today. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, we'll go over case catch-up, talk about some new cases, and we'll do a little bit about Lindsay Clancy, but I'm going to tell you it's not going to be a lot. Oh, Austin, hi. Austin, my opinion was it's very brutal. They're in a pissing match right now, and they need to rein it in. I hope I answered your question. I sometimes ignore my YouTube chat. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Like, share, subscribe, do all of the things. I appreciate every one of you, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. All right, everybody over here on, now I've gotten so big. 12 of you are still over here. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate that. Even if you're on replay, you guys know that you can go on YouTube when I'm done and you can go into the live. It's day 18 trial coverage and you can go and zoom back and forth. Again, you can also go to the button down at the right over here. It's like a little sort of like mechanic thing and you pop it up. You can change the speed on it. You can go 1.5 if you wanted to, and you can get through the trial really quickly, and you can zoom through me talking and whatever. Or if you want to hear what I have to say. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. Make sure you like, subscribe, etc. We'll see you again tomorrow at 3. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 1, 2, 3. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.